fossil fuel asset. This is very important to understand that the Paris Agreement, especially in two parts of the world, Africa and Southeast Asia. So we will win. We will achieve the Paris Agreement goal if we will achieve the energy transition, be accelerated in these two parts of the world. Making a transition to a sustainable low-carbon energy future will require the mobilization of finance to enable the deployment of renewable energy from the ground up, which will contribute to the achievement of national targets, long-term energy plans, and the Paris Agreement. ARENA is well aware of the need of shifting from words to action. This is why we are planning two investment forums this year. One is happening today and tomorrow. Another one will happen in Abuja at the end of October, beginning of November. And we are planning to have 14 investment forums in the next 2 years in all the region of ARENA. And this will continue, and we will try to better tailor the arrangement, also on the experience and that your contribution today. I think investment forum are a key element, as has been said by our presenter of ARENA strategy. And I think what is important to notice that is not coming as a unique event. We have been trying to put everything together. In which sense? We have been supporting countries in presenting the NDCs. I think more than 80 countries have been supported by ARENA in presenting the NDCs to Glasgow. This means that we have been able to work with them on the energy planning. And from the energy planning, so we have to move for putting this planning to the ground. So the project must be consistent with the plans that the country has been built. This is essential. I remember, and I don't want to be too long, but I have to remember this, that when we worked on preparing the NDCs for Paris, was everything work of the consultant, or larger part of it. This meant that after Paris, the NDCs remain there without real implementation. So we have to change this attitude and try to have projects that fit into the reality of the countries. And this will be also give more comfort to the choices of the investors and the multilateral financial institutions that have already a clear understanding of the planning and how to go coherently to get the goals of the plan. So we are trying to have the agency moving at 360 degrees. So yeah, we can plan, we can try to put in reality, and we can check what's happening in reality, and then again. So having the capacity to have a full approach. So ARENA is currently providing and is committed to providing even more targeted, demand-driven, and comprehensive support to our members in the region to speed up building project pipelines and facilitate access to finance. So I really encourage all of you and all of you with your contacts to continue to come up with new ideas through our platform in terms of projects. We will try always to work together with you in assessing the quality of the project, the bankability of the project, the consistency of the project with the planning, so that we can prepare to our partners everything ready, so that all the transition costs will be reduced at the minimum for the investor or the financial institutions. The last word are on the two initiatives that we are running. One, the Climax investment platform. You know that this was launched during the Climate Summit. I think Thomas may remember that. And naturally, the COVID has slowed down the process of organizing, because this kind of meeting cannot be held virtually. They must be in person. We will have the parallel session where you can meet the people that has been presenting the project, so you can understand the quality, understand your interests. So this has to be done in person. It cannot be done virtually. So we are now starting to move in this direction, but on the basis of what we have already done in terms of planning. And the Climate Investment Platform has been, in my point of view, until now, a big success. I couldn't expect that now we have more than 330 partners all the multilateral financial institutions are in. So we are able to show our project to a community or potential investor or financier. And this is important. And also, in the context of a climate investment platform, you know, in all the meetings I've been participating in the last 2 years, everyone say the money is there, the projects are not there. Now we are starting to have also the projects. We've been able to collect hundreds of projects. Naturally, not all the projects deserve the attention to be bring to the matchmaking, but we have been working with the proponent from the beginning to support their effort on preparing what we call the project documentation. That is the level that may assess the interest of a financier or investor in the project. And so you will have the opportunities today in the parallel session to see where project we are considering. And what is important, also in this very difficult period, we have been able to do the matchmaking. And we have a few projects that have been funding and finalized thanks to the work of the Climate Investment Platform. The other initiative, and then I stop, is the ETAF, the Energy Transition Accelerated Financing. This is also, in our point of view, very important. It's working in the context of the Climate Investment Platform. The only difference is that in the Climate Investment Platform, we do the matchmaking without any previous commitment by the financier or the investors. In the ETAF, it's different. In which sense? Because the partner of the ETAF, they commit a certain amount of money. And this may facilitate our task in trying to make the leverage and trying to mix resources. We have $400 million that is already committed by the UAE government through the Abu Dhabi Fund for Development. We have Masdar that is coming with working on equity. We have the Inter-American Development Bank that will present a commitment during the next COP. We are working with the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank. We are also hoping that the Asian Development Bank could be interested to join this. And this could be relevant because we have a certain amount of money that we can mix with the other. So I think it could be a relevant initiative. And I really ask you to continue presenting projects and working with us. We are here not only to organize this event, but also to learn from the management of these 2 days how we can do better, how we can better tailor the next investment forum. But what is important that we will give continuity to this. So if something is not happening today, will happen in the next 2 months or 3 months. So it's something that we will continue work creating this virtuous cycle that we hope can make ARENA contributing significantly to the fight to the climate change. Grazie molte a tutti. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Mr. La Camera. So yes, as he already also encouraged all of you, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us during the parallel session. We have the closed-door meetings or the matchmaking session, which will start by 10 a.m. local time to 4 p.m. local time. So later on, you can just book your session to have a matchmaking session. So yes, it will be a very beneficial to meet the experts there to know further about what you need and the initiatives to get the best practices and good deliverables for your project. And ladies and gentlemen, of course, we do hope that through this forum, we hope that we will find the best way, the best practices as well, and also what are the critical success factors to ensure that the projects, especially the renewable energy projects, will be success. And now we would like to invite Bapak Ego Syahrial, the Special Advisor for the Minister on Energy Transition, Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources of the Republic of Indonesia, to also deliver his warm welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Bapak Ego.
Honorable Mr. Francisco La Camera, Director General of IRENA, all distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning to all of you. it is indeed a great pleasure for me to participate in this G20 Investment Forum on Energy Transition. I also would like to extend my gratitude to IRENA for conducting this prestigious event. I would like to share about defining complete financing needs for energy transition in Indonesia. First of all, Mr. Kamera, before I start, please, I convey the apology from the Director General for Renewable Energy. He cannot be able to attend for this opening remarks, so that I, on behalf of him, would like to present his opening remark. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, energy transition is very important in this global climate situation, where 1.5 degrees remaining barely within reach. It has even become the pressure issue post-COP26 in Glasgow, where the Paris Agreement rulebook was adopted. Indonesia is aware of this and raised the sustainable energy transition as one of the 3 pillars of the Indonesia G20 presidency 2022. The G20 members themselves have already pledged for the net zero emission target to be achieved in the coming years. This commitment will be the foundation of the roadmaps toward net zero emission globally. Such a roadmap is significant as our tool to analyze and allocate the support needed for its countries, such as the need of technology, finance, infrastructures, and many others. Finance is an important enabler for accelerating transitions. Thus, in the G20 Energy Transition Working Group, financing is one of the priority issues beside the energy accessibility and clean energy technology. Indonesia already set an energy transition roadmap to achieve net zero emission by 2060 or sooner with international support. The roadmap is aiming to have almost 600 gigawatt of renewable energy in our energy mix, coming from mainly solar, hydro, ocean, geothermal, as well as hydrogen. In the short term, Indonesia is planning to implement decarbonization through conversion of diesel to clean energy, which in the first stage will be implemented in diesel power plant in many remote areas to be replaced with gas or renewable. Pilot project implementation for carbon captures, conversion of fossil fuel-based vehicle to electric vehicles, utilization of electric home appliances, and implementation of retirement and early retirement of coal power plants. Deployment of technology will reduce emissions growth in the coming decades. However, only 50% of the technology is available to support energy transition, while the remaining, such as hydrogen-based steel, advanced batteries, and small modular reactor and others are still under development. We need to scale up the widest variety of technologies by harnessing technologies opportunities, namely smart storage, smart system, and digitalization, hydrogen, carbon capture and storage, and many others. In addition to that, our resources to support the energy transition roadmap is not only come from renewables, but also mineral resources such as copper, gold, bauxite, nickel, manganese, COVID-19, and many others. The government of Indonesia prioritized to increase the added value of such mineral as raw material to produce batteries for electric vehicles and storage for renewable energy power plant. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, scaling up finance should be mobilized to encourage climate mitigation and adaptation on all sectors, including energy, which contributes around 3/4 of global greenhouse gas emission. International Energy Agency also reported that clean energy investment in emerging and developing economies needed to grow from $150 billion in 2020 to over $1 trillion per annum by the end of decades to keep the work on track to a 1.5 degrees Celsius pathway. Most importantly, advanced economic must contribute to mobilize public and private finance for emerging economics and developing countries. IRENA estimated to reach net zero emission by 2050. Globally, we need to triple annual investment to $4.4 trillion to deploy clean energy. We also need to firm up the commitment from developed countries to shore up the $100 billion per year funding to deal with climate change. Blended finance could be deployed for clean energy investment as it attracts commercial capital toward projects to contribute to sustainable development while providing financial return to investors. Therefore, it is essential to catalyze sustainable investment at scale for cleaner energy system to assure the viability of clean energy projects and using policy tools to create enabling environment for investment, including through partnership to support developing countries and emerging markets to achieve net zero emission target. Finally, I hope through this event, we can establish innovative financing instruments to realize stronger, more inclusive, and representative pathways to deliver accelerated net zero emission implementation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to Bapak Ego Syahrial. So yes, there are three main keys on the energy transitions: the access, technology, and finance. And finance is one of the most important thing in making the energy transitions, also renewable energy projects, success and also deliverable. So how to have a better financing system and also, and of course, a bankable and also access to the financial itself is very important. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the energy transition will result not only in the economic benefits, energy security, but also in the environmental sustainability. So that's why there are so many renewable energy projects are carried out around the world for many countries and also agencies, which are facing numerous challenges as well as barriers. And now it's time for us to proceed to our next agenda today. It is time to start our panel sessions, and we have 3 panel sessions. But before we start the first panel session, I would like to kindly remind you, for those of you who haven't registered or re-register yourself, please kindly scan the barcode that will be available on the screen and also at the registration area. And for those of you who would like to book your session for the matchmaking or the closed meeting session, It will be available until 4 p.m. at the room next door to this Bangli room. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now the first session, we will discuss about the developers' perspectives in developing and also implementing energy transitions project. So this session itself will focus on the developers' experiences across the deployment of energy transitions related projects. It will also examine some of the key challenges and also opportunities that the developers face and provide the opportunity to share their best practices and examples of the successful implementation of renewable energy projects. So we do hope that through this session, you'll be able to get insights on what factors that led to the successful implementations of the renewable energy projects. So we can learn from each other experiences, and also we will be able to get the best practices and also the best strategies. Though maybe one strategy will not be fit to others or to all countries or to all projects. However, it will be a useful reference for us, and these success stories will breed further success. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I would like to introduce to you the moderator of our first session. He is the director of the IRENA's Project Facilitations and Support, or the PFS, and he leads the development of the division by building strong lines of cooperation with the development banks and also international financial institutions. And also, of course, our moderator is the spearheads of the agency's implementations of the Climate Investment Platform, a multi-stakeholder platform established in the partnership with the C4All, the UNDP, and in coordination with the Green Climate Fund. Prior to joining IRENA, Mr. Bader held several senior operational positions in the field of climate change, renewable energy, energy efficiency, water, and infrastructure projects in a number of multi-financial institutions, including the World Bank, European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, and then also European Commissions and Japan Bank for International Cooperation. So, ladies and gentlemen, please take this opportunity to have a very good and fruitful discussions and to learn the best strategies from all of the panelists. And without further ado, please join me in welcoming our moderator. This is Mr. Bader, or Ahmed Bader, Director of Project Facilitations and Support of IRENA. Mr. Bader, please.
Thank you, Diane, for the introduction. So, good morning, distinguished guests, participants, and ladies and gentlemen. I think the introduction of the DG and the senior advisor and Ms. Diane gave me a lot of comfort because it will take a lot from what I plan to do. First of all, you might notice that in the agenda originally it was planned to be for my colleague, Mr. Suji Barhar, who is the managing director of Masdar, to be the moderator for this session, but unfortunately for last minute, he basically stepped down because he got COVID. So I had to step up and to take his role. Just to continue and to capitalize on what had been discussed, I have to say that it is of relevance basically to consider that following the targets that have been put by the leadership of all countries of IRENA, when the DG took office in 2019, the vision is that to capitalize on what have been built over a decade time by adding new service package, which basically supporting the demand of the countries to scale up energy transition investment. And as usual, as we always say, IRENA is not a bank, but we realized very, very well that the problem in scaling up investment is not about funding. It's about preparing a bankable projects. And in that sense, it's a very complicated and exponential situation that it varies from country to country, from a technology to technology. And we all know that to this moment, technology is not 100% matured. Just to give a very simple example, when we saw it as global professional talking about renewable energy, it's about solar and PV. No, it's not about that. Green hydrogen added more. So also we thought that all banks talking about 8 sets, not 8 factors, but 8 sets of risks, that these risks, when it will be all mitigated, we will have a bankable project. No, it's now more than 15, and it even more, because green hydrogen added, plus, as per last last report on geopolitics of green hydrogen that issued during the last General Assembly, we found very simply that there is a new industry and a new sets of risks are coming in, specifically talking about trade of green hydrogen. So without further ado, I basically would like to highlight one point before inviting our distinguished speakers to come to the panel, that it's very simple, that when we talk about developer perspective and to take deep dive about how they see the risks, that we consider from the developers, the countries that we are mainly mandated to serve our countries. In that sense, we always see developers coming from the country first and then the developers as project proponent. Why is that? Because any demand for increasing investment has to come from the countries, regardless of business model. It might be directly public sector, it might be through private sector development, which is the most common model, with several financial models, whether PPA, through competitive process, through feed-in tariff. It's different. But at the end, we always see that part of the developer's perspective is the governments. In that sense, our mix today for the panel, including the government of Indonesia, and I would like to start inviting our colleague, Ms. Ipu Sita Dewi. Ms. Ipu Sita Dewi, I'm sorry for my enunciation. So she is a Vice Executive Director for BLN. So please join us on the panel, please, Ms. Sita Dewi. We also have Ms. Pony, who is basically an agriculture engineer, who's basically campaigned for more than 20 years for replacing diesel power generators in remote rural areas with micro hydro power plants. And by that, she helped a lot the country to move towards energy transition. So Pony, please join us. Also, I'm very pleased to have my colleague, Ms. Retno from USAID, who's basically the energy resident expert of American aid to the country. And she is basically having more than 15 years of experience in Indonesian energy sector, from project development to financing to implementation. Please, Retno, join us. Actually, we have one of our colleagues, Mr. Balandras. He is from one of the big project developers from France. Oh, here is Mr. Balandras. We've been looking for you all in the morning. Please. Mr. Balandras representing OCO, which is one of the international project developers who have basically part of our CIP partners, and we are working with them on several projects in Africa, but also here in Southeast Asia. We also have my friend, Mr. Mark Hutchinson. He's from GWEC, one of the big think tank. Please join us. Last for the best, we have our colleague, David Lecoq. Please, David, join us. He's from Alliance for Rural Electrification. We have long standing, and they are both from the CIP partners we have together. So allow me basically to start with Ms. Sita Dewi. If you please, to pave the ground for discussion, we would like to hear from you about what is the strategy and the actions that government of Indonesia is putting in place to scale up energy transition, and what are the factors that you see is very important that government of Indonesia is offering for developers to come and to invest more in clean energy. Floor is yours, Ms. Sita Dewi.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. Assalamualaikum. Selamat pagi Pak Ego, Bapak Ibu semuanya. Thank you. I'm Sita Dewi from VLN, related to the energy transition, as what already asking that right now we understand that the government is really supported in accelerating the renewable energy mix. As we know that it is already also implemented, and it is already in line with the CAN and RUEN, and PLN as a state-owned electricity company who have the ability, who have the responsibility to increase the renewable energy mix already also prepared the roadmap for energy transition in order to have carbon neutral in 2060. But what we are doing by to implement this condition, we already set up also the strategy, not only in the supply side, but also in the demand side. For the supply side, PLN already prepared short-term till 2030, and then also long-term till 2060. For the 2030, we already some program activities which is in line with the RUPTL, which is already issued by the government as well end of last year. Based on the 2030 RUPTL, we are going to implement additional new energy development, around 20 gigawatt of renewable energy, new and renewable energy development until 2030. And then also other program which is really interesting for PLN, for the customer, because we have several diesel power plant which is in 2,000 location, scattered in 2,000 location, that we are going to be converted, one of it, to renewable energy. It is around 499 megawatt, scattered along 400 location. It is under procurement stage right now. And then others also because we know that Indonesia having many several potential of energy resources. One of it biomass, and we know it is very potential to develop the biomass. By having biomass co-firing means that we are also optimizing the existing coal fire by to reduce the carbon emission. It is going to be implemented in order to increase the renewable energy on 2025 with the contribution we expected to have till 3%. So it is a big number as well, but PLN cannot work alone. We need other support, either from the government, from the stakeholder as well, from the developer, or from the supplier as well. And then others, we also have a program to have other program from the demand side, such as REC. We also implement the utilization of induction stove as well, and then also for EV. For the demand side, it is already conducted right now that we know that due to the current condition that the PLN condition is really have a big approach, but we know that the condition of the demand side is still there, means that the supply side will be gross till 20 gigawatt, but how is in the demand side? It needs to support also from the stakeholder, not only implemented the supply, but also please we also need to the support to increase the demand side as well. That is overall condition what we are going to do right now. And then till the 2022 in July, the energy mix it is around 12.6%. Well, we have to achieve this year till 12.7%. So we still have a gap to be on the 23% for 2025. This is the overall condition. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Ms. Sita Dewi. I think we need to know more from you about your efforts as BLN to coordinate with the developers, but thank you very much to give us a flavor of the mix and what you're trying to achieve. That's really very ambitious, and we are all in arena here to support what governments wanted to do. Let me move to Bonnie. And Bonnie, in the morning you introduced to me two business cards. Let me look at the side of IBECA, which is non-profit agencies that you are basically taking care of. And actually, if you look at Europe, as a matter of good examples to be compared, we can see that more than 40% of the renewable energy investments coming from small scale and local development from the community. I still remember part of my work in the commission basically concentrating on Germany and what's happening in Germany and Nordic countries about solar PV panels. So I know that you are trying your best to promote local developments within your non-profit agency to scale up renewable energy. If you please can give us good practices or what you see that could be scaled up for renewable energy within the local community and local development. We always see, and I would say that in IRENA, we always call for supporting local financing and local investment. So if you give us some kind of example from Southeast region focusing on Indonesia, I think it will be good so we can roll out more questions for the experts coming to intervene after you. Thank you. Over to you.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Ahmad, Francisco, Pak Ego, and everybody here. It is so blessed that finally we have a chance to really voicing the voice from the grassroots. You know, what we have been struggling for the last 30 years is actually how we're trying very hard to make that the local community who owns the local resources to be able to have a chance also, you know, to be in the part of development. The reason why, because we think that you're talking about sustainability, you're talking about the disparity between, you know, those who already have an energy and those who lack of energy, even they don't have any energy at all. But this has become so difficult. The reason is because we are dealing with a community who needs, you know, infrastructure. For instance, we're working in a very remote area, sometimes in the border of two countries, and we have to, at least in my opinion, if we want to really fulfill the needs of those community and you are providing with the funds, remember that the investment has to be very smart and just, you know, equally just investment, because not all the investment has what so-called IP, well, you call it the NPV and IRR. This is what the local people cannot understand. Whenever we talk about NPV, net present value, value to whom? To those who already have the money to have more money. And then we talk about IRR, internal rate of return. Return to whom? Again, return for those people who actually do not need more money. You know, this is the thing that we have to really have a breakthrough. So that's why in 2002 we are having what we call public-private partnership, but we changed this UN to be community-private partnership. We inviting the investor who are willing to share, their profit to some certain, very limit, you know, I mean, limit numbers to those community. So this is that makes everything work well, because then the local community will taking care of the whole, you know, the whole investment that the private chip in. Especially, I'm running on a hydro, small hydro. So those in the catchment area, in the upstream, the whole community will taking care of, in terms of. You know, they have to really plant some more trees and everything, you know. And this is in the future, when you're talking about transition energy, there is no other issue that if you have to give space for the local community. That's what I call democratization of energy, meaning that you have space for those who actually owning the resources locally, with easily to be accessed by the local community, but what they need is actually only on financial support, sometimes technological support. But without preparing the local community to understand that they are part of this process and the development, then it's very difficult for us to talk about transition energy. Transition energy is where everybody have the sense, have the same passion that we are facing the very tragic, you know, future of the global warming. But we can solve this problem if we are hand in hand. We are creating what I call sharing culture. Sharing culture means that the investment should consider the local benefit, the local welfare. I'm sure maybe the payback period will be changes. In terms of you have your payback in 5 years, then because you are putting the community in the system, then it can be 8 years or even 10 years. But this is how, if we want to really tackle the gap, you know, I call about the coefficient Gini ratio. You know, this is how important is when you talk about transition of energy. You're talking about sustainable development. You're talking about creating the welfare and a good planet for the future of human being. Then you have to consider local community in the mainstream of development. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. I have to say this is the second time I hear today the word of justice, first by DG and second by you. And I will come to that in the second round question about this, because developing hydro, it's a big issue if it's a new one, specifically in downstream. As an environmental market, I can tell you it's not easy. And bringing local added value and local benefits to communities, that's really very important issue. But we'll come back to you. Right now, allow me please pass to Mr. Balan Razverist to continue with smoothing the discussion along the development and the developer perspective, then going to the financier side from the local perspective also. So, Jean, basically, OCO has a big and vast footprint for energy transition globally. You're working in around 4 or 5 continents. You are a CIP partner, and we know that very well. But within the Asia-Pacific region, and with more focus on Indonesia, how do you see the challenges and the bottlenecks? And basically, how can you handle that? We are working with you on a project, as you know, but that's not the issue here about talking about specific project. But from wider perspective, what are the bottlenecks, the challenges as a developer that you would like to highlight, and what is the recommendation to initial discussion before moving to our think tanks, I mean Mark and David, and going to SAID? Floor is yours, John. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to bring some ideas and to share them with the audience. As you mentioned, we have operations and projects achieved on the 5 continents. So it gives us some kind of a feedback on how things are going and what are the key elements we as developers are expecting from local authorities, from, I would say, the ecosystem, which is where we are operating in order to succeed, in order to bring our contributions to energy transitions and to climate change. Most important thing for us is to get a vision, a visibility of what's lying ahead. In renewable energy, that's our business, because we are only developer of green projects, wind and solar. We have to take into account that this is energy, and energy is, I would say, a long-term investment industry, basically. It was the case for oil, for gas, for nuclear. It's the same for renewable. We need to assess how visible can be our market, not market share, but I mean, when we want to invest somewhere, when we want to develop project, we need to see what would be the pathway. And this is the most important thing for us. And that's what we are expecting from the government as well, to be able to give this vision of the planning. And as you said, Mr. Director General, this morning, you spoke about continuity. Continuity is key. Setting a planning is important, but implementation is key. And capacity to bring, I would say, a visible, realistic, we don't mean to have large numbers, but just realistic step that has to be crossed on time. And when you feel that in a designated country, those steps are reached each time, on budget, I mean, this creates a considerable trust in the capacity to invest, to develop, and to widen the scope. So that's what we are expecting, especially, and that's for us the key element in order to kickstart, encourage, and develop energy transition policies in any countries.
Well, that's very smart. Capacity for implementation and sustainability is really a key issue. And I would like to stress and to repeat what you mentioned about capacity for implementation means very wide thinking on what are the risks and how can the counter governments working with the developers understanding what kind of risk they have, and based on this capacity they will add up on the implementation to scale up and to speed up, both scaling up and speeding up the energy transition. I will come back to you on the issue of sustainability really, but Jean, thank you very much. So right now, we know very well that USAID now basically have, based on the political leadership of the American administration, have now basically working hand in hand with DFC of United States. And basically, what my question to you is that, what are the very important and relevant elements that you see and you consider for supporting energy transition in Southeast Asia? I don't want to go far with the very successful program that the Americans and USAID is doing in Africa, but we believe also that you're doing very great job in Southeast Asia. If you can tell us what are the elements that you are considering for scaling up and expanding renewable energy in Southeast Asia region and in Indonesia, we would appreciate. The floor is yours right now. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity. Selamat pagi. Good morning, everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So maybe I just, before I get into the questions that you mentioned, it's a bit of background of what we do. My name is Retno Sianingsi. I'm the Senior Energy Specialist with USAID Indonesia. So I'm based in Jakarta. I'm managing our energy program in our bilateral mission here. But in addition to what we do in Indonesia, we also have regional programs from our office, USAID regional office in Bangkok, and several other bilateral missions in several countries in the region that also have very strong energy programs, for example, in the Philippines, Vietnam, and a few other countries in the South Asia region. So probably I can speak more of what we do in Indonesia more so than in the other countries. We've been actually in Indonesia for a long time, since the 50s. But we started working in the clean energy sector in 2011. So we have now, I think we have had about a decade of experience working in the sector, and directly engaging with project developers in renewable energy and efficiency projects, as well as with the financial institutions, with PLN, with the Ministry of Energy and Resources. Pak Ego here is our main counterpart, so thank you, Pak, for the chance to work with you and the ministry for over the past decade. I think from our experience, when we started our first project, Indonesia Clean Energy Development 1, that was implemented from 2011 to 2015, there were only a handful of renewable energy projects, and mostly, if not all, were run-off river hydros. So this would be up to 10 megawatt size. Most of these projects were developed by local project developers that at a time had a very limited experience in developing this kind of project, and also had a limited technical capacity to actually develop a bankable project. So we started working with project developers, then we realized that there is a need to also build the standards for what kind of bankable project would look like, because that would be that is a critical component for financing. And then we started working with the financial institutions and helping them also understand how do you assess a risk, a different kind of risk of renewable energy projects, because even until now, renewable energy is still seen as a high risk sector by the financial institution here, which is also a big issue. In 2011, we launched our second Indonesia Clean Energy Development, and from 2015 to 2020, we were able to facilitate the commercial operation of about 438 megawatt of renewable energy projects, and also facilitated about 1.6 billion financing for other projects. So this is quite a big, significant increase compared to the first 5 years of our assistance. However, it is only a small fraction of the potential projects that exist in the country. Over the 10 years, we've actually built a pipeline of about 296 renewable and energy efficiency projects with a potential capacity of 4.7 gigawatt. But only a small portion of this has gone through or has moved forward to the completion of the construction and reach financial closure and then achieve operation. Unfortunately, we now have our current new program called SINAR, Sustainable Energy for Indonesia Advancing Resilience. And one of the key components under our SINAR program is also working to mobilize this investment. Unfortunately, I think since late 2020 until now, there are only a very handful of those projects that have moved forward to the next stage. And this is mainly, I think in the beginning, we saw that all the technical issues with the project development, and that's why we still think that it's really important to bring global practices to Indonesia. Because that would be a key component to building the capacity of local developers here. But on the other side, there is also a need for consistent policies from the government, and this is not only talking about tariff, for example, but incentives and other policies. And the government has tried to provide different types of incentives to renewable energy and energy efficiency investment. I think the consistency is really important because for developers and especially and also financiers, they need to be able to make sure that they will get sufficient returns from the project, and that's why the consistent policy is very is a key. It's very crucial for this. We still, I think we're very optimistic looking at the way that the sector has been developing and growing since 10 years ago. There's so much progress compared to that time, but we also think there's still a lot to do and a lot of different things that we need to work together. And USAID is ready to support. Because we're based here, and we also have a project team that can work with developers and financiers as well as with the government. Thank you.
Thank you, Retno, very much. I agree with you that 430 plus megawatt and $1.6 billion is drop in the ocean. There is a need for more, and for sure USAID as one of the major contributions globally for scaling up energy investment or sustainable energy investment is have an important role to play, and we'll come in the second round to get from you more about USAID plans to support the Asian region, not only Indonesia. But thank you very much, Retno. Now let me go to the global perspective from our experts, starting with my friend Mark Hutchinson. Basically, let me start from the point that Retno mentioned about consistency of regulations that is basically repeated 3 times in her quote. And actually, I would like to add to it with what we discussed in the morning when you mentioned about when targets are set by policymakers, that's really clear and very good, with the good example that we discussed about Vietnam. But when you go down below to the second or third level of implementation, here the challenges are big. And it has to be taken up by country. It has to have a very smart, innovative solution. I'm quoting you again. So if you can basically walk us through this, was more deep dive about what are the main perspective that you see, specifically in wind industry. I have to say that wind industry still have a lot of potential, both onshore and offshore wind. But it's more complicated in technology than solar PV, but actually it's more also very reliable source, and it's going to be part of green hydrogen. We all talk about green hydrogen from solar, but wind is always there. So we would like to hear from your knowledge and talk us through what are the perspectives that you have to take us deep dive into this more. Mark, floor is yours. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you for the questions. I think as Ahmed said, there's tremendous opportunities for wind in Asia. This varies by market, but in general, the technical potential for wind in every single country in Asia is far less than the amount of projects. Okay? So that means there's a lot more to go. And I think many countries have also set ambitious targets for the implementation of renewables, including wind. And again, this is a great starting point. It gives guidance to developers. It gives guidance to investors in the supply chain. And so we have some very, very good starting points. I think the big challenge comes in, another good point is there's plenty of money. I know we've talked a lot about financing, but in general, I don't really see the quantity of money as the challenge. It is the ability to deploy it, okay? So if you think about it, think about all the people in this room, our members, my colleague here on the stage. There are people, there are banks that are willing to deploy capital into these projects. But the projects have to be structured in a way that allows them to get a return on investment. And this includes contributing to the communities that host these projects. But there is no shortage of funds. What is challenged is really sort of the going, as Ahmed said, you get one step below all these nice targets, all of the political commitments, and all the nice the words that come from our politicians. And so what we do at GWEC is we work with a lot of companies, many of you in this room, governments, stakeholders, on really the day-to-day implementation of projects, okay? I spend a lot of my time talking about licensing, permitting, how you're going to get that, which ministry has which responsibility for what type of permits, okay? And so once you get above these kind of lofty targets and you get down to the implementation, that's where we're facing, I think that's where our members are facing the big challenge. I think, our request is that a bit more urgency, and I think we've heard from the DG, Francesco, the urgency that's needed to get to the targets, because we need that to reach the 1.5 degree target. If we don't get all of those implementing steps, we don't build transparency and targets so that we can see year after year opportunities for investment, we won't be able to mobilize all the capital that is ready to mobilize and to help meet the needs of these countries. And so, of course, GWEC and its members are ready and willing to work with all of you and many of others to make this happen. So please, if there's anything that we can do to help you, please reach out to us. We'd be happy to work with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark, and for the kind invitation. In the second round, we need to know from you how can we systematize the partnership between GWEC and all other local developers supporting the countries in Asia Pacific. We have to admit that you are more than outstanding partner with us in IRENA for scaling up renewable energy, specifically wind, but we'll come back to you on this. Thank you, Mark. As usual, just for the best, David, our great partner. We've been working a lot in Africa, and actually one of the main reasons to share together with all audience is the fact that he is doing a very good job as African Rural Alliance, and we thought it's very important to ask David to come and to share good experiences and what needed to be to support the local developers and international developers with the practices that he has been doing and is still doing in Africa, and to share his experiences from the global perspective. David, the floor is yours. Thank you.
All right. Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, everybody, and thank you so much for being here today, and to the organizers, IRENA, and the G20 presidency to have us here on this stage is very much appreciated. I think picking on what you mentioned, Director Badr, and what the panelists brought today, I think a few key points are maybe useful to set the discussion. As was mentioned by DJ, I believe, we need to increase the investment threefold annually. We know that. Next to that, we know that the costs of renewable energy generation are extremely competitive, even in the face of gas and pretty much all the other fossil fuels. We also see a need, certainly with ARE, the Alliance for Rural Electrification, to provide electricity, clean and affordable electricity, to everybody that does not yet have it, to do that local economic development that Ms. Mupuni was speaking about. And that the last fact is that decentralized renewables have been again and again, depending on which report that you read, estimated to be the cheapest solution for 50 to 70% of all new connections globally. This means that it's not a very difficult argument to make, to invest in renewables, both the large scale as well as the small scale renewables, because we need both if you want to achieve all the elements of SDG 7. So within that, as ARE stands for Alliance for Rural Electrification, with whom I'm now working since almost a decade, we have more or less, say, 200 companies, investors, operators doing the different sort of renewable energy, indeed a lot in Africa. We have had the pleasure of working with and scaling up our work with IRENA quite significantly in the last few years, also under the leadership of DG. And we are basically here in the region also to explore what we can do to build on that experience, of course, tailor it to the needs of the Southeast Asian and specifically Indonesian market, as well as build on those activities we have already done in the region with the ISIMOT, for example, the Philippines Department of Energy. We have members here in Indonesia, HIVOS, that co-implements the METARI project. Comes to mind, we have Clean Power Indonesia. So we have a lot of experience from Africa. We have some experience in Southeast Asia. And I think we are here not only to make a speech, but also and especially to look for these partnerships that you were mentioning, to do concrete actions here for both electricity access as well as transition to renewable energy system. Thank you very much.
Thank you, David, very much, and we will come to hear from you again about who are the other actors and what are the coordination effort need to be done. So we are all coming around what government wants, so that we are all here to support governments. With that, I would like to turn again to our great guest, Ms. Sita Dewi. I'm sure after what you have heard, we need to hear from you. What are the efforts that you wanted us, not as IRENA, but IRENA and all other actors here, USAID, developers, facilitator like us, international organizations also like us, basically like GWEC and Rural Alliance. What do you need from us to do to become more efficient, to become more agile, and to become more effective to scale up investment along your plans? We are here to support you as Indonesia among all our member countries. Floor is yours, Ms. Sita Dewi.
Thank you, Ahmad. Yeah, thank you for the question also. It is very interesting because right now what Mark already mentioned as well, that the key point is in the implementation. When we got already the contract, how is the implementation? It is the important thing. As we know that right now, based on the current ROPTL, that we are going to build 20 gigawatt. PLN cannot walk alone. We need support from others, either from local and foreign companies as well. But not only the developer, but also from the institution, and then also from the lender as well, for the government. We have to go together, mapping what is the current challenges in implementation the renewable energy. First, we already have some maps due to the current condition based on our coordination with the previous developer, which is already have the PPA. And also we already have a discussion as well with the supplier for the primary energy availability and also primary energy readiness. It is the 2 points which is having big challenges. And also the permit that already mentioned as well. By having a collaboration, we need the support from the regulator, that we know that based on the regularity peraturan pemerintah, government policy 79/2014, if I'm not mistaken, that one of the intention to have can and ruin in creating the ability first, creating job for the local people, and then also technological independency means there shall be a transfer of knowledge from foreigners to us, because we are open for having a collaboration by foreign as well, that we need the transfer of knowledge, transfer of technology in order to increase the dependency of our local industry as well. And then third, for the financing. We know that right now we are going to have several projects. This year, around more than 1 gigawatt is going to be procured. And we really want that right now, based on our list, almost 500 investor developer is going to join the bidding. But when we launch the bid, sometimes only a few of the investor is coming, perhaps of the size, perhaps of the financial capability, many constraints there. That's why better we sit together, and PLN always open, especially for renewable energy development, for new project, for PPA. PLN is open for any discussion. We always open to improve our current PPA. Right now, which is already done for the PPA, it is already improved, but we are still open. Because when the project is already launched, when the developer already got the contract, it is nothing when you cannot deliver well. And then also, third, for the financing, we know that not only we are going to have a collaboration with foreign, but we need to increase the ability, the independency of the local technology to be joined, to take the opportunity in the renewable energy development. That's why right now the government already issued as well about the local content. We also urged for the lender, we also urged for the manufacturer how to place in the markets together. We are many played right now. I'm sure that not only by 2030, after 2030 there is still possibility, there are still many options to create or to implement the project. And then third, we know that the government is ready right now, time after time, improving the policy as well, and it is open, but please, we are not seeing only in the supply side, but also in the demand side, because if government and PLN already make planning there with the glut planning, 20 gigawatt after 2030, and then several gigawatt after 2030 in order to achieve 2060 carbon neutral. It is nothing when there is no growth in the demand side. That's why we should together, we already know that there is a concept of rapid renewable energy-based industrial development, where we already have a mapping as well, PLN already have a mapping, where is the potential location can be developed together with the industry. It is very important for us, not for PLN and the government, but for the people, also for the economic group. It is the key indicator which is having the point, important point as well. And then also for the demand side as well, that we are going to open EV and then rooftop as well, and then others condition which shall be in line with the demand side. This is overall condition. That's all I thought about. Thank you.
Well, thank you very, very much, Ms. Sita Dewi, for these very comprehensive views. I think supporting technology and improving the PPA is very important. I can see that Gurbuz, my colleague, is here, and basically, I'm sure together with his team, he will support you, and as well as ourselves on the PPA. We are all in IRENA doing that. I'm sure that GWAC and Rural Alliance will also support. All here are going to support, but basically for the issue of PPA, we are going to do our best with you, because I like very much when you said that you are improving, you did a new revision, but more space to improve. I like this approach. But thank you very much. This is very good, insightful, and we will continue working with you on this, Ms. Sita Dewi, and with BLN. Going back to the smart and justice financing, that's really very important. And if I look at this pony, can you give us overview how you are looking for supporting, or give us overview of local projects that you are supporting, and how are you doing smart financing that you refer to in university intervention? I think it's very important to highlight that and to see what kind of further improvements in this smart financing, because I do see smart financing as a matter of fit for purpose. So sometimes we need to tweak any kind of known financial model or business model to come with more smart approach. So if you can give us these views in a few minutes, I would appreciate. Thank you.
Thank you, Ahmed. We are talking about renewable energy as a tools for creating welfare in the local community. You know, for all, if we looking at this renewable energy not as capital accumulation, this is what we call the paradigm shift. If we are talking about renewable energy, then you're still talking business as usual. You are, driving all the investors, for instance, just for the capital accumulation. We will not achieve our goals. Well, that's very interesting question. How? We have to find a very good mechanism where those people who are sitting in the table that are making a regulatory framework between IRENA, government, and then also don't forget to invite the developer who has the framework and then mindset is that this development creating opportunity for the local community to be able to utilize their own local resources, such as in these places, hydro for instance, but also with solar PV, solar rooftop, that. If we can have this a good mechanism with the right person sitting at the same table and discussing how we are going to move, from the current condition with the transition of energy, we are moving towards the right direction, attacking the global warming and also creating a just socially just project that I think this is will be difficult in my opinion though, because I've been trying very fast for the last 30 years, mostly what we not really, we cannot fulfill or we fail is in how the payback period. I try to have 2.8 megawatt owned by the local community and also the private. And I already got commitment 1 million euro at that time. We need like 5 million euro. And then we only get 1 million euro and the rest I have to find out myself. Believe it or not, most of the private that talk to me, they want to have return at least 3 years. And why 3 years? Because we want to sell the back. No. We want somebody who has the notion of how your life is creating the changings, And those people who not as, lucky as you are with many privileges. We want to create something that actually IRENA, Indonesian government, and all the actors who are working in the grassroots level, I'm perfectly, convinced and believe that we can happen as long as the paradigm shift in our thinking, mindset, it has to be created first. Then I think this is not a hard issue. But one thing before I finish with my statement is that I've been in many conferences, my God, I cannot calculate. You can imagine from the UN with a very good logo and from many international agencies, even in Germany, they have many good things to happen in Paris, But one thing, why it's not changing things? The reason is because what I have to remember, Gandhi said, in this globe, in this world, we are providing many resources and it's enough to create the welfare of the local community, but unfortunately it's not enough to fulfill the greed of only certain few people. I hope we're not part of this certain very small few who are having the greed that make the obstacle for the community to reach their welfare. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Pony. Actually, you are touching a very critical point. And it's really touching on social justice you're talking about. Because grid is the infrastructure that has to be always availed to take all energy generated to support local community. I have to admit also that chapeau pour vous, as we say in French, because actually supporting local community in downstream, not only upstream, but also in downstream is extremely important. Creating jobs, it is the only thing helping people to accept such kind of changes. Finally, I have to say that accepting project as new project for hydro by IFIs is almost difficult because it's really very risky one from environmental point. But thank you very much. And we can take these 5 megawatt and the gap of $3 million in the other parallel session after my session with you. But thank you very much. Let's go to Mr. Balandras. John, please, if you can tell us what is your recommendation mainly along the part of key measures that you would like to see from governments in general in Southeast Asia to support scale-up of renewable energy from the perspective of international developers, because you work in several countries. So there are common issues, if you can give us some kind of highlight. For example, more bankable BBA, more risks to be mitigated about Forex and flow of funds, whatever you would like to see or to express in terms of operational measures before hearing from the global perspective by Mark and David. Please, floor is yours.
Thanks a lot, Ahmed. For us, as far as we can understand things on a very global perspective, probably the main difficulties on what we expect in terms of change is the capacity for local authority to understand the role and the importance of storage in the grid in the years to come. It seems to be a little bit technical, but in fact, this is a real, I would say, not only convictions, but motivation on our side. In the decade from 2010 to 2020, most of our challenges are renewable energy developers was to just share with our partners the idea that we were cheap enough to be accepted as a real energy in the grid. And for most of this decade, it was difficult to have this conviction shared because we were still viewed as something expensive, something very subsidized, and things like that. Nowadays, as Director General mentioned, I mean, there is no doubt that renewable energy are cheaper. So the main difficulty for us right now is to, I would say, break what I could call the intermittency anxiety. It's just a parallel with electric vehicles. You know that for the uptake of electric vehicles, the difficulty is to break the range anxiety, meaning how many kilometers I can reach with my battery before it's just running out of power. Intermittency anxiety is something that we perfectly understand on the side of the grid operator. Since we are going to provide electricity with sun, with wind, which is not stable enough. But with the expertise and experience that we have with storage, we are convinced that nowadays, in a carefully planned manner, intermittency anxiety can be, I would say, overpassed. I mean, we can manage that with the storage that we can operate. Just a confession. I mean, the first project that Accio, in terms of storage device, was right here in Bali in 2010. It was a very small battery that we devised on the grid of the Green School in Ubud. And it was the first venture in that field. And then we developed many projects with storage. One which was very interesting is in the Bero Regency in Kalimantan, in East Kalimantan, with 3 villages that we provided with electricity, solar electricity plus energy storage systems, which were able to provide nearly 90% of green electricity in the grid. So we think that this uptake of storage, which is something that we have on which we have to create trust and make the grid operator completely comfortable. But there is so many examples nowadays, not only by us in the countries where we are operating, that make us confident that this is really the barrier that we have to cross. Just look at what's happening, for example, in Australia, in South Australia. There are massive investments in very large-scale battery energy systems that help the grid to accept up to 80% of renewable energy, which is fully intermittent in the grid, but completely managed. We have, I will just finish by that, we have just commissioned last year in November 2 standalone battery energy systems in the Kingdom of Tonga, small independent state in the Pacific, which completely help the utility, Tonga Power Limited, to manage frequency, tensions, peak shaving, many services on the grid that were unexpected by them, and for some of them unexpected by us as well, because we were just in complete discovery of, I would say, the efficiency and capacity to service the grid of the battery. So that's for us the firm belief that we can, hand in hand with grid utilities, progress in that field and cross this barrier of, why I say, intermittency anxiety.
Well, thank you very much. Before commenting on what you're saying, when you talked about intermittency of anxiety, I remember the famous film of Basic Instinct of Michael Douglas, when they talked about basically suspicious of disbelief. So I fully agree with you. yeah. But actually, going back what you're saying is I fully agree. I would like to refer back to what Ms. Sita B talked about technology. It's a part of technology. Let's not forget the good experience of Israel and about their CSP and also what Morocco is doing, also with the help of Germany there, plus the battery of the Indian. So there is a lot of technologies, and I would like to refer to the last set of technology reports that Arena has did, because it's not only about technology, it's about also business model. And it's different from one country to another, but I agree with you. There is always basically a suspicious or intermittency and anxiety. But it's really working. I'm coming from a very large scale country who are working mainly on larger scale, which is Egypt, and they are massively moving on renewable energy, solar PV, but it's a mix between energy and gas, which is a part of energy transition until we go completely to this. Yes, I know it's very long standing, but I agree with you. This is something we have to put in the takeaways of the discussion today. But thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Baranders. Thank you, John. So going back to basically to Ritno. So Ritno, to continue our discussion, how do you see, or if you share with us some kind of high-level perspective about what USAID is planning to do in the future within Asian countries? We would appreciate that. Thank you, Ritno. Floor is yours.
Thank you. I think for Indonesia, as Indonesia is one of the key partners for U.S. government in energy transition, and it's not just with USAID, but with all different U.S. government agencies. We have Special President Envoy for Climate, John Kerry, here this week for bilateral meetings on energy transition. And we're also part of the effort to set the Just Energy Transition Partnership that G7 led. But specifically talking about USAID, what we're planning to do, what we continue to do is to support the efforts in transitioning the energy sector here. I think even in the past, our work mostly focused on trying to mobilize investment in renewable energy and energy efficiency. Our current work is looking at a wider perspective of the energy transition, right? Because that's the main, as you said, it is not only the past technologies, but we're also looking at new technologies that keep evolving. The battery storage system, I think a few years ago, the cost was still very high, was still considered very expensive. We only saw several small-scale battery system. Now it's way more advanced. In many countries, larger scale of battery system have been deployed and connected to the grid and actually can play different roles. And one of those is to address the intermittency anxiety. Last week we conducted a training for PLN system operators from different islands, but mostly from Java, Bali, Sumatra, Kalimantan, and Sulawesi and NTB, and those areas that already have some renewable energy projects or are going to connect more renewable energy in the future. And the training focused on how PLN can better integrate renewable energy, especially intermittent renewable energy in their system, because that's also one of the technical challenges that PLN is having. And what we try to share is that there are already lessons learned from other countries. Utilities around the world have changed the way they operate their system so they can address, again, all this intermittency. As you said, this is, I think, not misguided, but you will believe, you will, I think people say here is, especially for Indonesians, is we believe when we see it. So it's actually working. So that's what we were trying to share is, it's already working in other countries. PLN can learn from other countries. Obviously, it's not also a smooth process. There's trial and errors, but for example, like in California, in several days, they have already almost 100% renewable energy in their system. And so it's no longer myth. It's actually a reality. With all the costs continue to decline, more technologies are available. So this is an area where USAID is also looking at, and we would like to provide our support, including green hydrogen. We actually did a workshop on green hydrogen with Bapenas a while ago. So there is also growing interest in that. The other thing that I want to mention before I stop is we also see the importance of understanding, probably in particular for Indonesia, is that there's no one solution for everything, for all here, because the country is spread around 70,000 islands. And although there's already plan to connect the whole country into one electricity system, for example, it's going to take years to do that. And probably this is where the decentralized system will come in and provide that opportunity for private sector and developers to take a role in some of the places, the areas where it's already very hard for PLN to expand their network because it's very expensive. And so maybe this opportunity, I think it's a great opportunity. We're actually currently doing a study on electrification planning in small islands, and that's one of the part of the city. What we're looking at is in terms of the social, the roles or involvement of the local communities as well as local governments and local project developers, because I think there's an area where this type of investment can be feasible. Although we need to look at what would be the best way to structure this type of investment. We talked this morning about bundling, so probably this is a way to do it, is giving an opportunity to project developers to come up with a bundling or a portfolio of projects. So it's even if it's small scale, but if it's a portfolio, then I think in general the cost probably will be less. Not the investment cost, but the administrative costs, all the process of getting license and permits, etc. That's for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Retno, very much. I think there is a lot on BLN, and we are all helping. And I reiterate the very great statement coming from Ms. Sita Biwi that they are very open to work with us on helping on all such kind of new technologies. That's really very important. I do agree, and I would really ask all audience to refer to the very good analysis that basically Irina, I see my colleague Rabia is here talking about, and she had good reports about off-grid renewable energy solutions. It's really very important, and I think it's very important to be considered by developers and by financiers, because it's a really good, very good solution, and it's really very unique to renewable energy, not fossil fuel. Basically, and I understand that about 2 or 3% in Indonesia, I was discussing that yesterday with some of the colleagues here, developers, that only off-grid renewable energy solution that works specifically in mountainous areas. But we'll discuss that after the session. It's a very interesting topic, Rito. So going back to the same questions that I have basically sharing with Jean, I would like to go back to you, Mark, on the issue of, from the global perspective and as one of the institutional guru for wind industry, what are the recommendations that you see for Asia Pacific region to work with international organization and IFIs to scale up renewable energy, specifically wind, given the fact that there are more risks coming? And again, green hydrogen is not only to come from solar, it's coming from wind, plus other new risks coming. So we would like to hear from you, how do you see yourself as GWEC coming with what kind of interventions you would like to put to scale up energy transition investment? Thank you.
Thank you, Ahmed. Just as a point of note, so my background, I started out at a power utility in North America. I moved to Asia 28 years ago. I've been working on the industry side of things. I'm quite new to GWEC. What I tell people is, if the lights stay on, do you call your utility and thank them for doing a great job? No. If the lights go out, what happens to the utility? They get in a lot of trouble. So I have a lot of empathy for the anxiety that Jean mentioned about the intermittency of power sources. And so the other thing I want to mention is, wind and solar, onshore wind and solar are still quite new. Offshore wind is very new. And so when you bring all of this new stuff, and again, think about it. For the last 100 years, you've had large power stations distributing energy that are 100% under the control of the utilities, typically. Now you're going into the decentralized system that we've all talked about. It significantly increases the anxiety of the policymakers, the regulators, and the utilities. So how do we fix that? We at GWEC spend a huge amount of our time doing what we're doing today. We're talking to the utilities, we're talking to the communities, the stakeholders, trying to build understanding. We do this, we run countless workshops that you don't hear about too much because we often run them behind closed doors. We have private meetings where we bring in experts who have done things like this before in other countries to talk to the utilities, to talk to the policymakers, to really try to help them understand. And we do that through more formal mechanisms. We have, for example, I'm a director for GWEC in Asia, but I also chair the Southeast Asia Task Force, the Korean Offshore Working Group, my colleague Tang runs the Vietnam Offshore and Onshore Working Groups. So we have all of these different working groups where we bring our members together with people like you, and we talk about the issues. Because if we build trust and understanding, we're much more likely to solve the problems in this energy transition and to accelerate what we all want to happen. Did I answer your question? I think, you asked more about practices. And again, it's what I mentioned earlier. It's sometimes one-on-one. We'll get a WhatsApp from a government employee asking us something that they don't want to ask in public. And they just want us to share something with them. And again, it can go down to licensing, permitting. Should offshore seabed rights be exclusive to an individual company, or should they be non-exclusive? I mean, we get down to some very, very detailed questions. And so then we reach out to our members. We try to build consensus with our members, which I will tell you is not always easy. But we work with them, and we try to bring best practice as much as possible to the stakeholders, to the governments, so that they can understand. And every government has to make trade-offs, right? No government, Vietnamese government, Indonesian government, Philippine government, they have different trade-offs, they have different issues. There's a lot that can be shared, though, and a lot can be learned. But we have to acknowledge that there are individual issues in each country that we have to work around. And then we try to work as much as possible with the governments and the stakeholders to find solutions to those sort of unique situations, while at the same time, providing examples globally of what's considered best practice. Did I answer your question then?
Yeah, you
Okay,
did.
good.
Actually, you did in a very smart way. I like the American political discussion. Yeah, which is really true. It has to be handled one by one. Yeah. I can assure you that, Mark, that's typically my life with my colleagues, is that most of the discussion, I still remember earlier discussion when I joined the arena, I had a discussion with the DG about what kind of achievement we did with some countries, and specifically in Africa. And most of the time we find that all of this discussion and what problem we are solving, it goes under NDA, so we are restricted. Yes, it's coming by talk, by WhatsApp, it's about licensing issues. So if I would put it, I wouldn't put it more than nicer what you did. Thank you, Mark. That's really very good. I'm learning from you. So for our last intervention, as always we say, the best for the last. So please, David, if basically we would like to have also your intervention on the same question that John and Mark have put their very nice intervention, if you can add your views, we'd appreciate. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director. And indeed, it's always a difficult task to be the last one to say something sensible on a stage like this. But I'll do my best. So I liked a lot of what I heard, and indeed, that example of the intermittency anxiety perhaps being even more pronounced in the decentralized space. I would nuance that a little bit because, well, ARE itself has been existing since 16 years. I'm there since 10 years. We've worked in a lot of different markets, especially in Africa, and there this anxiety is not there with the government, with the utility and so on, because every country, and I think this is also important to stress that we don't go to a country to say this is what the political situation should be. We just try to advise and help advise on the models together with partners like Arena on how you can have regulatory options that have a more state-driven role, that have a more private sector-driven role, so you can perfectly well tailor it. The goal is not to change the politics. The goal is to build renewable energy infrastructure. The goal is to empower local communities, including in the most remote locations, because that is how you're going to actually achieve not just SDG 7. Nobody cares about energy by itself. It's always about what you can do with it, right? So in our experience, it's also the other nice part of this sector is that renewable energy, and including distributed, is versatile. So if you have a good small hydro, I would like to differentiate between the mega dams and the run-of-river sort of systems. We have several small hydro companies that make things that are very nice for the fish and the environment. So depending on the good resource that you have on the ground, you don't need to cut down trees to put solar panels if you have a good river or if you have a good wind resource. Just what is there? How can you involve, not just for the sake of social justice, involve the community, but also if you want to have a long-term durable project, if you are going somewhere and you are going to put something, especially if you're an outsider, then it's not going to be a successful formula in the next 20 years. So these are some of the things we have learned. Perhaps the last one I can add is, and building also on what my colleague Mark mentioned, this dialogue, I think is, I know how that sounds, but it's quite important because we always say government this, utility that, and so on. I can say the same for my sector, including for my members, that the gap between the different points of view, between quarterly results and 2060 agenda, to take an extreme example, between local experience of a company with 3 projects versus a government that needs to power millions of people every day. We try to do activities and implement activities with ARE to bring that closer together. Investment academies for small companies, for example. Tariff methodology seminar for regulators in different countries. So we do all of this sort of very hands-on work precisely to talk in big fora like this, but also to go into the nitty-gritty to actually move the needle on the ground. And that's why I mentioned earlier, we are here, humbly so, in Indonesia and Southeast Asia to learn what and if we can do something that can help the government and PLN meet its targets. We are, of course, also looking for companies to join our work in this effort. And in that way, we hope to make a good contribution like we have done in other markets, also in Indonesia. Thank you, Ahmed.
Thank you, David, very much. Actually, yes, the aim is to build renewable energy, respecting the socioeconomic dimension and the good life of the people. So without further ado, I know that we take more than our time, so unless there is any burning question from the audience, I would basically see no any kind of, oh yeah, there is one question here, please. We can take that and we close, please. Yeah.
Thank you. My name is Guntur Tobing. I'm from Malaysia. My company is Gading Kencana Sdn Bhd. I have traveled for a journey of 23 years developing a small solar company from selling solar garden light. Until now, I own 3 large-scale solar farms in Malaysia. So we went through a lot of challenges, government intervention, government support. We went to IRENA for help, asking for advice. We went to Germany to learn about the experience, and we come back and we start doing a few things. And until today, we are expanding further. And yesterday in our International Sustainable Energy Forum, where His Excellency Francisca La Camera was around, the Prime Minister of Malaysia announced a 1,200 megawatt capacity solar to be deployed by 2025. So it's a big jump. So as for a small, medium enterprise company like mine, we need a lot of equity funding. This forum is a very good forum for us to share our experience and to give some 1 cent advice or sharing that we can do. I am very impressed with the comment from Ibu Tri regarding the community project just now. Ibu Tri in Malaysia, when we started solar before, we had the same problem. Nobody cares about those underserved and unserved area. But what we did as a small SME company, we use a wakaf fund. In Malaysia, we have wakaf fund. We use wakaf fund, and we shared our return because we have feed-in tariff in the beginning. So feed-in tariff normally was successfully obtained by the rich people. So we said we want to come in and we offer our capital investment for free, and we share the saving. And our PPA is for 21 years. We take half their income for 7 years, and the rest we give it to them. And when I first went into the kampong, same thing. They say, well, we can make more money by drying and so on. So, but the moment we start doing it, today it's been about 5 years, and they still earn half the income. So whenever they see my face, come to my house, let's have coffee and so on. So that's the sincerity and the satisfaction that you get when you do this. And today, when we are moving into urban poverty, we are talking about how do we use net energy metering, how to cash out the offset of net energy metering, and to give this kind of small income to the urban poor so that they can survive. So with our mechanism, with a government, with a religion body, we take 20% in the gold trading. So we use that one as an equity. We get an 80% bank loan at a competitive rate, and we are able to give them an income of about 600 ringgit a month for the next 21 years. So after 10 years, they take all the money. So this kind of initiative, ideas, and effort require creativity. And I tell you, it's not easy to go and talk to the ulama for the wakaf fund. It's a loan, it's equity loan, because we have to return back the money. So it's possible, and we have done it before. And we also expand our business into wakaf for masjid. You know, in the mosque, they pay a lot of electricity bill. So we come in, put solar. We find some rich people to contribute as a wakaf. They got the pahala. So by doing that, then the mosque can enjoy the benefit. So what we are trying to do is that we are trying to make solar a more inclusive adventure and interest. So everybody can say solar doesn't mean for the rich people only. My kampong also have one. My poor uncle in my area, although he's very poor, but his house has a small solar panel on the feed-in tariff basis and give the income and give, well, to us, it's a small income, but to the people in the rural village, it is something that can give them something to eat for 1 month. Yeah? They eat very little thing, and it works. So that's my idea. I'm sure you have done a lot, Ibu Tri, but this is some experience that we have done. Maybe we can work together in Indonesia sometime. For Ibu Chita Dewi, I'm very impressed with your PLN plan for 20 gigawatt RE. We also one of the 500 bidders who submit, but we were not successful. We were small then. But yeah, looking at the PPA, even in Malaysia, we have to change the PPA sometime. because recently when we bid for the large-scale solar 4, the solar panel price, the silicon price was at 70 cents US per watt peak. When the PPA was awarded, the price went up to about 32 cents per watt peak. So there was no choice. We have about 980 megawatt license awarded to 28 companies. So after negotiation, government said, all right, we'll adjust the PPA, we'll give you extension from 21 years to 25 years, and we give you extension of time. Instead of having to complete within, by end of 2022, we'll give until 2023. So that gives some breathing space for them to manage the volatility of raw material price. So it has been done, Bo. So it can be done in Malaysia, it can be done in Indonesia, so we can explore together. As from my friend from France, regarding the local authority, we face a lot of problems. When I did my first project in 2012, just an 8 megawatt solar farm, so we went through a lot of problems. It takes about a year to get a bank loan. It takes about a year to get the development permit. But today, when I did my first 30 megawatt large-scale solar connected to the high voltage, 132 kV, we got it within 3 months. In the past, we took 3 years to complete the project. Today, we take only 1.5 years. And now, today, we are here. We're looking for more funding because the new mechanism in the large-scale solar is no longer power purchase agreement. We're talking about energy market. We're talking about new enhanced dispatch arrangement, where there is no PPA, you have to be resilient in order to make your money and pay according to the market price at that time. And as far as we are concerned, we normally develop our solar farm on unused land, which is ex-mining land. So the price was cheap, so we have to convert the title from agriculture into industry. So we pay premium. So with that, then we can pay quit rent. We pay in Malaysia. We pay the land tax as well as the quit rent to the local authority. So everybody understand that a development of such a scale, a 30 megawatt will cost about 250 million ringgit. It's about 40 million or 30 million US. So it is a community development and it's a PPP program. Government doesn't have to come out any money. Government just give a license, and the utility allow the access of energy into the grid, and we all generate and earn our revenue, and we pay tax. So we make a reasonable return, not a big return, but we make a reasonable return to pay the loan, to pay our staff salary, and to pay our investors for the equity loan. So that's a little bit about my experience. Today, I hope I can pitch something from the business matching session. So we're looking forward for more to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for all your comprehensive comments. We will take them one by one, the investment paralysis. Thank you very much. Without further ado, so yeah, but quickly, please.
Hi, Bapak and Ibu. My name is Priutami. I'm representing the International Geothermal Association, but as well I'm the member of the Indonesian Geothermal Association. I have a question. Do you see the possibility of co-development or co-generation between other renewable energies that are having the intermittency with geothermal that is more stable? And I think if it can be done so, then it will overall raise the profile of renewable energy. So if you have experience or examples that you can share with us today, I will be very happy to hear what are the challenges and what are the solutions. Thank you.
Thank you. So maybe we take this question and we close. Ms. Sita, please.
Okay. Thank you, Pak Tobing from Malaysia. Thank you for the sharing. It's very nice hearing your successful project in a PV project. Please, we still have many projects relating to the PV which will be launched this semester. And sure, if you missed the previous one, we will also invite all successful developer list which is already there. Please, I'm sure that right now the technology is having a massive development, which is impact to the capex. And what we are going right now, seeing the previous and current bidding, which is still under process, we have many propose many attractive commercial proposal from the bidder, which will be launched. It is very, very attractive, especially for wind, and we hope that the solar will be having an attractive number as well. And then also for the cooperation, as we mentioned before, that PLN right now doing the development based on current ROPTL and based on the system, because if you know that even we are already going to establish 20 gigawatt, but we have to see that the current demand is, the increasement of the demand is still there, means that there is a increasing of the demand. It is good. It is a good sign for us, but we hope that it is still growing and will be growing till the assumption make 4.6 yearly. It is what we hope. And then for IG8, Bupri, yeah, perhaps others colleague will answer. I don't know, it is about implementation in other country. But seeing from PLN side, Bupri, we know that under the current PPA is dedicated, then PLN already giving a guarantee to the developer for the current PPA. Means it is as the SPC, Special Purpose Company, only can selling the power to PLNs. By having additional or alternative option of the model, seems it is not yet implemented right now. I thought that based on the current PPA, it is not allowable, or it is not have a possibility to have ancillary of the project. We have to see other scheme, because right now PLN is also regulated. Not only the tariff is regulated, but the regulation on doing the PPA is also regulated based on MEMR number 10, 2014 or 2019. We already have a guideline, terms of condition of the PPA for the common PPA, means that it is only for selling electricity. Others product which is issuing or which is impacted by the PPA is not having a right to do so. But perhaps we are going to have other scheme in other scheme, not under the current PPA. That's overall condition.
Thank you very much. Before closing, the chair with me, please, very big applause to the audience, to the panelists. And we thank you very much to the panelists and to the active listening from the audience. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to our moderator. Please remain on the stage to all of panelists as well as the moderator, as we would like to invite you to have a photo session before we end the morning session. So please take your time to commemorate our togetherness today. So ladies and gentlemen, that was the first panel session. There are so many insights that we got, especially for the success experiences of the success implementations of the renewable energy in the Southeast Asia region. And what is interesting is how to make the local community involvement, and then also about how to make sure that what is being planned is realistic to be delivered, and also just in plan, and make a continuity or sustainability in the application or in the implementation. So once again, thank you so much to all of the panelists as well as the moderator, Mr. Badr. And before we continue to the second session of our forum today, we would like to invite you to also once again join us during the exhibition and also the matchmaking session. So ladies and gentlemen, we have the matchmaking session. So for the financiers, developers, project developers, investors, you will be interested, you will be involved in the matchmaking session, as this will be also an opportunity to see some of the bankable energy transitions projects. So please just join us in the matchmaking session once again, and at the exhibition area you'll be able also to see some projects, because we displayed some projects at the exhibitions area, and it is located just next to this ballroom, the Bangli room. So once again, please join us for the exhibition and also the matchmaking. for the developers, project developers, and then also for the financiers and investors. Once again, it will be a good opportunity to be involved in these two areas. So ladies and gentlemen, so now it's time to fuel our body by having a coffee or also tea, which are already served at the foyer area. So please just enjoy the coffee and tea while we have a short break for the coffee and tea before we continue to the second session here at the same place of the Bangli Ballroom. The second session will be from the financiers' perspective, so it will be very important to know their insights and also to know their approaches, how they assess the value of a project, whether it's bankable and whether it's worth it to get access easily for the financial. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have short break for 30 minutes. Oh, until 12, okay, so until noon. So please gather back to this room by noon or 12 a.m. and please get ready and be seated at the provided chair by 12 or by noon local time as we will continue to the second session. Thank you.
Check. Check. Check.
May we have your attention, please, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. We would like to invite you to please re-enter the ballroom as we will continue to the next session on our G20 Investment Forum on Energy Transitions. Once again, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, please kindly return back to your chair as we will now continue to the next session on our Investment Forum today. Thank you. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we kindly invite you to return back to your chair as we will now continue to the second session of our investment forum. Ladies and gentlemen, for those who already finished the coffee and tea, please kindly return back to the Bangli Ballroom and please be seated. We will continue to the second session and it will be important as we will hear the financial perspectives. Those who already finished the coffee, tea, or the light snacks, please kindly return back to the Bangli Ballroom. Please be seated and don't forget as well, for those who haven't registered yourself for today's forum, to scan the barcode and please re-register yourself. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, we kindly invite you to join us here at the Bangli Ballroom, and please kindly return back to your chair as we will continue to the second session of our forum today. Thank you. Good afternoon, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to our G20 Investment Forum on Energy Transitions. So now, after having a cup of coffee or probably the tea, I'm sure you already boost your energy to join the second sessions that we have today. But first of all, I would like to ask you, how many of you here that sit in the same chair like the previous chair, the same place in the first session? How many of you? Can you just raise your hand? Only 2, 3, 4. So the rest of you take the new chair, right? So you are a very challenging person, okay? Because you take a new challenge and a new step as well. Well, anyway, now we'll just continue to the second session in which it will take the financiers' perspectives. So I know that this session will allow the financiers to share their experiences and also their best practices, so we will be able to see what developers can do to avoid costly mistakes that can adversely affect project valuation and also impact the bankability of a project. So what are the approaches of the financiers, and also how do the financiers assess the value of a project itself, especially in the renewable energy projects? So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our moderator. He is the Managing Director and Head of Public Sector Solutions for the Asia Pacific at Swiss Re, and he leads the only group in the insurance industry fully dedicated to partnering with governments, multilateral organizations, sovereign wealth funds, development banks, and other public sector entities. So prior to joining Swiss Re, he built over 25 years of industry and investment experience in emerging and also developed markets worldwide. He has served as non-executive director on the boards of companies in Europe, Africa, and Asia, and most recently at Hero Future Energies, a leading Indian renewable energy platform. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on the stage the moderator for the second session, Mr. Parbanov. It will be a challenging session and a hard-working session for the moderator because it is really close to the lunch time. But I know he'll do it better and best. So the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us for this second of 3 deep dive sessions. Thank you for the generous introduction. Just a brief word on Swiss Re and why we're present here. So with a proud history of over 160 years, we are one of the leading global insurer and reinsurer companies with a very strong global focus on sustainability. And as part of this, we pride ourselves on being a reliable and highly innovative partner to both developers and financiers in renewable energy. And we do that through risk transfer, through risk advisory, and even through selective direct investments. So I'm extremely pleased to be the moderator for this session today on the financier's perspective, originating and appraising renewable energy projects. And without further ado, I would like to invite my colleagues and distinguished panel, key stakeholders in the industry. So we'll start with Ms. Nicole Isepi, who is a director at Global Energy Innovation for the Bezos Earth Fund. Nicole is previously executive at Engie, where she was a senior executive advisor and managing director for operations and performance for global transmission. Next, Mr. Douglas Midland, managing director Indonesia office for the U.S. International Development Finance Corporation. Doug is the founding managing director of DFC's Indonesia office, overseeing the agency's business development and origination activities across debt, equity, political risk insurance products. Next, Mr. Bayu Wirawan, managing director and chief investment officer, Indonesia Infrastructure Finance. Mr. Wirawan is a career banker, joined IIF back in 2012 as Senior Vice President in the Investment Directorate, and he specializes in providing financing to transportation, road, telecommunications, and water sectors. Next, Ms. Ulrike Gazager, Head of Development Effectiveness at the OPEC Fund for International Development. Ms. Gazager is responsible for leading the assessment and tracking of the development results brought about by the OPEC Fund-supported projects. She joined the fund earlier this year after 15 years at the Inter-American Development Bank Group. And last but certainly not least, Mr. Yuichiro Yoi, Private Sector Unit Head for Indonesia and Principal Investment Specialist at the Asia Development Bank. Thank you. So now that we have a panel in place, I would suggest we get straight into it. And my first question is going to be to Douglas and Yoi-san. Your two institutions have been part of the development landscape in renewable energy for a long time. And I'm sure the audience here would be interested to hear your perspective on the main challenges and bottlenecks that you have encountered while assessing RE projects in this region. And we, of course, all hope to be emerging out of the pandemic and glad to have this hopefully mostly behind us, but it's also an opportunity to reflect on what we learned during this period in the sector. So maybe I'll start with Yoi-san, with your perspectives, please, and then move to Douglas.
Yeah, thank you so much, Lubo. Good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Yuichiro Yoi. I come from the private sector operation side of ADB, which means that my business is really about providing project finance on a non or limited recourse basis or corporate financing. So everything that I'll talk about today will be mainly about IPPs when it comes to renewable energy. In terms of our activities so far in this country, we've done 3 geothermal IPPs and totaling up around 500 megawatts. Considering the total installed capacity of geothermal in this country is about 2.2 gigawatt, I think 20 to 25% of the installed capacity has ADB financing. I can talk about geothermal is a very interesting sector. It's the risk profile is quite unique to other renewable energy sector. I can go on and on about the geothermal for 60 minutes, so I won't go into that topic unless everyone wants to hear it. But other renewable energy, we've done a wind IPP called Tolo. It's one of the only 2 wind IPPs in the country implemented so far. Hopefully, third one coming up. I hear in the sort of public news that a project called Tanah Laut in Kalimantan is coming up. So let's fingers crossed. On solar, we financed the first, or if not the first, one of the first utility scale IPPs. It was 3 sites, small sites in Lombok, and 1 site in Likupang. I would say the challenge really when it comes to renewable energy in this region, not only Indonesia, but some other countries as well, is projects tend to be smaller than what we see in other regions. For example, Middle East, you see a solar power project of like 1 gigawatt in one shot, or wind power up in Northern Europe, like 500 megawatt in one shot. Here, you see 10 megawatt, 20 megawatt, or maybe up to 50 megawatt in one shot. Now, there are several reasons for that, but So as the projects get smaller, it gets more difficult to arrange project financing, but because there are certain sort of minimum amount of transaction cost involved in arranging project financing. So what we did for the solar projects, they consist of like 7 megawatt peak here, 7 megawatt here, 7 megawatt there, and then 15 megawatt there. So it was total around 42 megawatt. Now, luckily, it was sponsored by the same sponsor. So what we did was basically to cluster those assets together and treat it like one big project. And so we did the due diligence process. We did our own sort of internal process in sort of one go. Negotiated the financing documents in one go. Right at the last minute, we split the documents into each project company so that sort of contractually speaking, we're finance each single project or each single asset with separate financing facility. But we kind of created the economies of scale in terms of process such that project finance still made sense. Even with a 5 megawatt or 7 megawatt capacity for each site. So that's, it's one of the sort of the creativity that sort of we brought to the market in Indonesia. Now, coming to pandemic, I don't think the impact was earth-shattering. Of course, during, for projects that were in construction stage, unfortunately, there has been some outbreaks, COVID outbreaks at the site, which halted the construction works for a couple of weeks, multiple times. So that led to delays. Of course, it's not a great story, but in the grand scheme of things, it was manageable, I would say. And sort of the new projects, the due diligence-wise, we couldn't make the site visit because the borders were pretty much closed. So we had to find a sort of virtual site visit to really conduct the due diligence so that in the end we're comfortable with the technical and environmental and social aspect of the project. Just a final point is that my takeaway from the pandemic is that demand shocks are possible, and it is a reality. Now, what that means is your project, if you have a competitive tariff, you're even better protected than your sort of contractual take-or-pay PPA. Ultimately, off-takers need to be incentivized to honor the PPA, and that is the competitiveness in the tariff. Now, competitive tariff, on the other hand, could mean lower DSCR for lenders, lower equity return for the sponsors. So I'm not suggesting that the lower the better. I'm just saying that there needs to be the right balance between competitiveness of the tariff in order to incentivize the off-taker to honor the PPA as is, and also the business viability from the private sector, equity provider, and debt provider. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm actually going to touch on a number of themes that my colleague already highlighted, right? But maybe to take one step back, I mean, DFC has been supporting renewable energy, both on the utility scale as well as distributed renewable energy sources for quite some time. So I won't touch too much on utility scale. We'll continue to support utility scale projects, but as my colleague mentioned, right, a little bit more straightforward in terms of how the participants, the structures, and the overall bankability of moving those types of projects forward. Increasingly in this region and elsewhere, as already mentioned, as a development bank, we're focused on rural electrification. How are we expanding access to power at the end of the day? And the challenges that go along with that. So Whether it's, we've been doing quite a bit globally in terms of rooftop solar, commercial and industrial solar, and increasingly looking at microgrids. And we actually put out a call for distributed renewable energy applications last year. Mixed results, in part driven by the pandemic, which I'll circle back to, and some of the lessons learned there. But you get basically all of the challenges that you get in utility scale, plus the fact that you are talking about low population density areas, poor populations, and therefore a question on ability to pay, and so therefore the type of offtake arrangement that is arranged. And so as a result of that, razor-thin margins for the developer, as I mentioned, complex realities in terms of what the offtake arrangement is and ability to pay, and the fact that you don't get the economies of scale that we're used to seeing in utility scale projects that really help absorb some of the transaction costs that not just development banks, but commercial banks and others rely on to assess the resource, pull together legal documentation, and everything that ultimately helps implement a contracted project. So we've had some lessons learned there. I would say that DFC as an agency is still moving up the learning curve. We do not have necessarily a one-size-fits-all solution, and in fact, that's kind of been one of our learning curves in this case. Starting to look at the clustering model, and then how to manage for project-specific risks right within that cluster, everything from environmental and social impact to and assessing those risks on a site-by-site basis, as well as just resource and what the offtake arrangement allows for performance. One opportunity that we have seen that is encouraging as a result of the pandemic is projects that were far enough along where the construction and supply chain issues weren't necessarily a problem, was the ability to actually commission renewable energy sites remotely. So we know a couple of developers, Pacific Islands, elsewhere, remote locations where it was very difficult to fly in, but we're nonetheless able to meet specific targets and power these things up and run through tests remotely, which again is not necessarily something that we're going to rely on if we can just get in country, but I thought was really interesting and exciting to see in the midst of the pandemic.
Thank you both for sharing, and I think those of us who've been in the industry for a while can readily associate with a number of the points made around the challenging sizes, around the need for these pooling solutions, and how much more we ended up being reliant on technology. So, of course, also the point about fundamentals being the best protection, not contracts. So having started at the core, I'd like to zoom out a little bit, because I think people in the audience will be interested to perhaps see also the broader picture of how financiers look at these projects and the different perspectives that are involved in the evaluation. So, Ulrike, I'd like to start with you and maybe ask you the question of what other aspects, again, for the benefit of participants, factor into the decisions of DFIs, like the OPEC fund, where you're now, Inter-American Development Bank, where you were for an extended period, in assessing both the credit and the equity case for renewable energy projects. Of course, there is this perennial discussion around balancing the development mandate with financial sustainability. So if a developer comes to the OPEC fund, how should they be expecting you to look at the opportunity they bring? And then maybe as part of the same sort of phase of conversation and zooming out, Nicole, a question to you. Technology, unsurprisingly, has already come up in the conversation in the first 5 minutes. Given the need to accelerate the energy transition, and the Bezos Fund is a relatively new entrant in this particular industry, I'm just curious, can you give us some additional context on how you are looking to accelerate the technological advancement in this space? So, Ulrike, we'll start with you.
Great, thank you so much, and thank you again, also for the organizers for giving me the chance to be on this panel. It's really an honor to be here on behalf of the OPEC Fund for International Development. We are very committed to financing renewable energy and supporting countries in their energy transition. We have, alone in the last 4 years alone, approved about $350 million in funding for renewable energy projects and are committed to increasing that substantially over the next few years. But just this short introduction, moving over to the question on what other factors are important for development institutions such as ours in assessing renewable energy and really all projects, it really comes back again to the fundamentals that are raised by the panel. And it's very important for us, of course, as development institutions. It's all about improving people's lives ultimately. So we want to see results for the people that make a difference in terms of how the quality of life that they're having. And that leads to us obviously looking at projects from different angles. Obviously, the financial angle is a very important one. So when a developer comes to us to try and finance a project, or a co-financier, which often happens to be the case, just such as Asian Development Bank, with whom we finance projects very often, that is very important. Financial sustainability of the project is the number one. Because without financial sustainability for the developer, for the investor, for the financiers, the project is not sustainable, or at least not sustainable long-term. When the project runs into problems, cost overruns, or anything like that, investors are not going to be willing to put in more money if their margins are already razor thin and the project can fail as a result. And that is a big risk nowadays, especially as my colleague said, that margins are already becoming razor thin. Solar energy, for example, around the world has prices that are extremely competitive, very, very low, and also very difficult to make work on a long-term basis unless everything runs according to plan. And as we know, again, demand shocks happen, weather events happen. This is often not the case. So number one, financial sustainability obviously is very important to us. But then also, apart from the environment and social safeguard side, which is obviously a big concern for us, and we look into it very closely, the other big question is, what is the social impact of the project? Because ultimately the energy has to be paid by someone, right? So we're talking about end users and or the taxpayer in the end, because very often end user tariffs are subsidized. So how good of a deal is this for the country compared to other alternatives that they have? And typically this is done in the context of an economic cost-benefit analysis, where you look at, what are the returns to society of this project compared to the most likely alternative. And that is something where the development case comes in. And in terms of the trade-off between the development case and the financial returns, I don't really see so much of a trade-off in terms of, it's either one or the other, but it's very important to look at both, because it also has a big implication not only on the development results that we would like to see, but also on risk, project risk. If the fundamentals aren't right, either if the tariffs are too high or too low to be long-term sustainable, for example, for the country, for the affordability of the country, or also for the returns of the investor, the project will run into problems over time, which is obviously also a big problem for us as financiers, not only to recoup our loan, but also for the project to be delivering its development benefits for a long time and to be sustainable. So our interest is, again, as my colleague already said, to find projects that get this balance right, that have both high enough returns for investors for them to be committed, but also have sustainable and affordable payment structure or tariffs to be able to make sure that this project is a long-term good solution for the country, even if there are political changes, even if there are other alternatives coming in. We see right now very often there's a lot of pressure on governments to renegotiate certain PPAs because they were, commissioned at a higher price than what is available nowadays, or other alternatives are propping up. So there's a lot of things that are very dynamic that seem to be very stable at the outset, but unless there's a proper analysis of, again, the fundamentals done on both the social and the financial returns, there are lots of risks throughout the projects, both for in terms of credit, but also for development impact. So a holistic approach is really needed. I'll stop here.
Thank you. So what I think we're hearing you say, there's two aspects to this. There's this risk management aspect of it, more of a defensive part, but there's also the offensive, ensuring the long-term sustainability of the project. Nicole?
Certainly. So it's a pleasure to be here today. Maybe just to give a little bit of background, because we're quite new, the Bezos Earth Fund. So the Bezos Earth Fund was created just recently, and it was made by a personal commitment by Jeff Bezos to give in the form of grants, so we're after no return, a $10 billion USD commitment for this decade, to focus on climate change and as well as nature solutions. Because we feel this decade is really integral to achieve all the ambitions that everyone's aiming for around the globe. But our aim is to be creative, bold and wise in terms of how we use these funds. So the way I like to see it, and then when we talk about it, is to be a form of transformation influencer. As of today, we've issued, and we've only just begun, 1.39 billion USD of grants to date in a variety of initiatives around the globe, including technology innovation. And technology innovation is very important to us, and I'll get to that point soon. There's something I'd like to share, actually, and it's not just about the Bezos Earth Fund, it's a little bit broader, and that is the role of philanthropy finance in climate change. It has got an important value, an increasing value right now to contribute with the current objectives around the globe. And the reason is philanthropy finance brings some unique things. It can react quickly, it's neutral, it's non-political, it's very collaborative, it's looking to work with alliances, collaboration, and it can take high risk in terms of new markets, or even risks where we might have initially failure, but we know the ultimate end is the aim, and we're willing to take that high risk, including high risk to get into new markets such as technology innovations, and also invest wisely with other capital, but with private and public sector, to also encourage others to join us. But in no way can philanthropy finance, or even the Bezos Earth Fund, be a solution for everything. So we have a modest role. And in taking that modest role, the way we look at it is, in light of our deep resources, we need to be very wise of how we use our funds. We have no intention, and it's no use for us to use it where there's already viable market and viable solutions. So we're really looking at how can we best utilise it. And in terms of that, we approach it from a very sort of systematic approach. So the way we look at it is, we go out, we look at where are the challenges in the industry, we bring the experts in a very collaborative alliance way, hear all the issues, and where the gaps and barriers are identified, that is where we, the Bezos Earth Fund, aim to focus on, with others as well, in finding those solutions. So in some ways you could call us a very transformative system focus. The other thing about us is that we're really looking to collaborate, and I think that's really important. It's something very on par, not just with us, but other philanthropy finance institutes around the world too. Now, the other way we go about it is that we look at it because we're after no returns. We've got $10 billion to spend, and we've got it only for this decade, and we're doing it 100% through grants. So the way we look at it is we have a bit of a different order, although we work very collaborative with a lot of my peers here in this panel and also in the audience. So the way we have it is basically look at where the challenge is, where's the gaps and barriers that we can best contribute and help. We look at people, that's very important as to people, their lives today and going forward, how can we improve it. Data and science is essential to us. Results is very important in terms of how we're having impact. And what's really important to us too is focusing on technology advancements, especially in the emerging markets and the developing countries. That's a core focus for us. And so already we're active in this region, including in Indonesia with many of our partners here today. And we're really looking to expand that to how we can best help in a collaborative manner. But one thing we do look from a technology advancement is that it's not just technologies today. We are very focused on that as to how we can help as a partner, jointly and collaborative, to innovate more and create better solutions that we've got technology today. But it's also about the technology for tomorrow. What are the new markets we need? And that's where people like us and other philanthropy finance can take some higher risk for some new markets, and we are open to that. That's something that is really core to our essence. So in addition to obviously investing in new technology, the technology we have today, as well as looking for the technology for tomorrow, we're also going a little bit further. We're looking at also how we can help it at the core. That means how can we really help these first technology inventors get up to speed to more commercial market in a quicker and more effective manner, including working with partners such as universities. When they're working at that lab and doing all that important work, how can they make it to scale quicker and commercialise that, including increasing research with R&D for innovation. So in terms of technology innovation, we are very focused about today, but also for tomorrow.
Thank you, Nicole. And I think it's a fascinating entry in the landscape and one that many will follow with interest. Clearly, given the, and maybe we'll touch on this later in the discussion, historical dearth of bankable projects, there's definitely space for improving the bankability through the addition of philanthropic finance. The fact that you're emphasizing partnerships speaks, I think, to one possible consideration around sort of crowding out commercial sources of finance today. If I may, one of the challenges for the fund may be to think about how they don't crowd out commercial financing tomorrow or solutions tomorrow, and I think what you just shared about the technology is a good example of that. We can hopefully come back to that. But I'm conscious, here we are in Bali, in Indonesia, in market that has huge renewable energy potential, and probably no one on the panel knows it better than Mr. Wirawan. So, Bayo, over to you. I think the audience and even those of us here on the stage would love to hear your perspective on the opportunities and the challenges of this market as you see it.
Yeah, thank you, Lubo. So, Assalamualaikum. Good afternoon. Thank you for Irene for having me. So, a bit of introduction. So, my name is Bayu. I'm the Chief of Investment Officer in Indonesia Infrastructure Finance, IIF. So, we actually initiated by the government together with ADB, with World Bank, with KfW to form an institutions that provide financing to infrastructure projects in Indonesia. Actually, electricity is one of our three biggest portfolio, whereby 80% of it is in renewables. So we have hydro, we have mini hydros, we have solar, we have biomass, geothermal, wind farm. ADB is financing one, we financing the other. And we are now moving towards the waste to energy projects. So probably I'm more down to earth compared to my peers panels today. For renewables projects in Indonesia, the challenges is in the details actually. So first one is on the PPA. Bu Chita Dewi and the earlier session, they already kindly stated that PLN is open. But we, as the financiers, we often found non-bankable PPA. So the feed-in tariff is too low. Yoi-san already mentioned it earlier. The termination clause, and then the ability for lenders to pledge the receivables as well as the projects to the lenders, that will need some sort of green light from PLN actually. Something that has to be discussed and negotiated at the regional level, not at the holding company level. Land, including access road, is pretty much simple, meaning that the developers has to secure that before they come to us. permits licensing, the Asia, the permit to use the land from the forestry and so on. It's also straightforward. They need to have it. The last one is the most important one, is actually the grid quality and also the grid connections. I think Jian in the earlier session already pointed out correctly that transmission is something that has to be fully aware by both financiers as well as developers. Typically, renewables in Indonesia are smallest, and it's in the remote area. Unfortunately, the grid in the remote area is still at the thin wire. I mean, they cannot absorb up to 10 megawatt new electricity. Secondly, is also on the intermittency. USAID already said that they have a training program for the operators, but it's not just the operator itself, it's also the grid system itself that needs to be upgraded. So once developer able to establish a power plant, from day one, they will not be able to fully deliver the electricity to the PLN unless they already make a plan forward prior to the construction of the IPP. I think I stop there, Lubo.
Thank you. Luisa? Yeah?
Yeah, thanks. As an attempt to make this panel interactive, I just wanted to touch upon and add to Pabayu's point. There's a very interesting statistics which I checked some time ago, but I think it was actually IRENA's data. IRENA has a very good sort of data set, so I encourage you to kind of go to the website. But solar installed capacity in Vietnam is now over 16 gigawatt. The number in Indonesia is still around 180 megawatt. That means Vietnam has about 100 times more. Now, and they did that in the last 3, 4, 5 years. How they did that was quite interesting. They offered a high feed-in tariff, and they tied it to COD dates. Your project, if you reach COD by this date, you get a feed-in tariff of about 8 point whatever cents. And then from next day onwards, if you miss that, then next day onwards, it falls down to 7 point whatever. And then you have another cliff which goes down to 6 point whatever. So what that kind of did was that the investors basically piled into the market, just build it without much consideration to PPA bankability, for example. Because Vietnamese PPAs are known to be non-bankable, basically. It has no government force majeure protection. It has no termination payment. But nobody cared because the feed-in tariff paid for everything. So they kind of build it, worried about the financing later. If in the financing stage they had to offer some kind of sponsor support for those PPA bankability shortcomings, they were fine, because the feed-in tariff paid for it. The other end of the spectrum is Malaysia, for example, or even Cambodia, where ADB's advisory team advised the government in tendering out based on bankable PPA. So Malaysia's LSS programs, they achieved 3 cents per kilowatt hour tariff. Even in the Cambodia case, the tariff came down to 3 cents. What that meant was that if you make the private sector compete based on level playing field, a bankable PPA template, then the tariff comes down. You have to choose one way or the other. There's no right or wrong. Vietnamese did it their own way. I'm not saying that was right or wrong. They are paying for it, in a sense. But you have to choose. You have to, it's either one way or the other. You can't have low tariff with sort of remotely bankable PPA or non-bankable PPA. That will kind of stall the private sector investment into the sector.
So it's an interesting perspective, although having Ulrike sat next to you, I wonder what she will have to say about these 9-cent PPAs that were signed in Vietnam and their sustainability over time, and the risk of projects that are not well in a difficult situation, let's say, going forward. But mindful of time a little bit, and having discussed, and thank you, by the way, Bayu, for bringing us back sort of to the nuts and bolts of some of these projects. I wonder whether we could take a few minutes now in the second part of this panel to look at some other things which are perhaps not so much nut and bolts, but still play very much to the chances of developers securing financing, the availability of support, etc. And I'd like to start again with Douglas and Yoi-san on basically the beyond financing question. And I mentioned earlier the lack of bankable projects, and again, philanthropic finance could still fill a very important gap there. But it's not just about dollars and cents, and I think both of your institutions have stepped into that space and sought to help developers in other ways. So maybe I give you a chance for a few minutes to share with the audience what those other ways are. Douglas, shall we start with you this time?
Sure, happy to. DFC's kind of built out our products with that in mind, right? What is required by the market beyond just financing, so and the stage where financing is an appropriate discussion. To round out our products, we've incorporated technical assistance grant funding, and to be more specific, I'd call it more project development, capital, risk sharing capabilities, where we see interesting projects facing a number of the challenges that have been articulated pretty comprehensively already, and therefore, augmenting the capital available with our own to say, how can we help facilitate, accelerate the timeline for implementation, and improve the probability of success for those projects. It's maybe a step in the direction of blended finance, but not entirely, because it is a grant in the sense that we are providing capital upfront with a 0% interest rate, but it is expected to be repaid upon financial close of the transaction. So again, it's kind of a risk-sharing model, but nonetheless is an effective tool that we are utilizing, including here in Indonesia, on projects that are expanding access to more rural communities. So again, kind of circling back to those projects where we believe we can make a difference. Is working with new partners, as already articulated, Bezos Earth Fund through the Global Energy Alliance for People and Planet. We're working with Shell Foundation elsewhere, particularly in Africa. So it is leveraging different tranches of capital as well to improve the overall all-in cost, I guess, of development. And lastly, I made reference to the call for distributed renewable energy applications earlier in my comment. Again, with mixed, I would say, results. What we saw as a positive of that is really signaling to the market what is the direction that we as an agency really want to be looking at. And again, that's not to set aside utility scale, because a lot of the times utility scale projects still need substantial amount of support and patient capital to really facilitate that investment. But as an agency, how are we forcing ourselves to move up the learning curve, work with partners and other stakeholders to really understand and kind of chart a path, right, that does begin to install more of these systems, mini grids and whatnot. So I would say it's really kind of these three factors, right? Really market signaling, partnerships, as well as some of the capital that we have available to help facilitate that.
Interesting. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, you're absolutely right that MDB's role is not just about providing financing. It's about bringing bankable projects to the market and creating the market for private sector money to flow in. In that sense, ADB has a dedicated advisory team called Office of Public Partnership, which provides advisory to the host country governments in tendering out PPP projects, which, broad sense, including IPPs, renewable IPPs. Also, I sometimes provide ad hoc, free of charge advice to some of the private sector players who has the willingness to invest and develop, but doesn't have the financial literacy, if you like. I'm not an engineer, so I can't help on the technical side, but at least on the financing side, I can provide that advice. If lending is about risk taking, that side of my business, I consider that as quite a big part of my service to the society. Is that part is really risk mitigation. Our role is not just about risk taking. Risk can be allocated to anyone as long as it's priced right. But the risk mitigation part is where we can utilize our status as a multilateral institution to bring the market or the project to the right stage.
Risks. So we've come to a part of the discussion that I think is necessary to complete it beyond the ones of proper PPA structuring and procurement process, I would argue as well. There are other broader risks, and here is where I will turn to Ulrike and Nicole again. Probably the two that are uppermost on people's minds these days, beyond public health, would be geopolitics and climate change. So I'll hand these two hot potatoes to the two ladies on the panel in just a moment. Starting with you, Ulrike, so with the changing geopolitics, and you're based in Europe, so perhaps at the center now of security of energy concerns, but not only there, also in many developing countries. How does that impact the assessment of renewable energy projects? How does it make your job more difficult? And how should people anticipate, again, positioning their projects for it? And on the climate change side, Nicole, taking into account the increased incidence and severity of, say, extreme weather events, and of course, for us at Swiss Re, this is something we deal with every day, whether it is floods or typhoons or tropical storms, etc., but not just part of our days, also for others. So considering climate change and adaptation, mitigation, how does the fund intend to support and fund increase in renewable energy, taking that into account? So two small questions, one for each of you.
Very small, yes. So in terms of the impact of the geopolitical situation in general, and also climate change, I'll bring into the answer as well. What are some of the complexities? So I talked before about not only looking at the financial returns, but also the social returns, and usually you compare, the project that you have in front of you, a renewable project that is being brought to you, compared to an alternative that the country would have. And often the alternative is either expanding or continuing to use thermal energy. And usually what you also, one of the social benefits or costs of that project is the difference between the price that you have on the renewable energy and the price of the alternative. Not talking about prices of the alternative. If I have a PPA on the renewable, I know what the price is, that's fine. But then what is the price of the alternative? And that is something that is extremely hard to assess these days, because prices have gone through the roof for thermal power sources. It's also very unclear as to how long they will be there, how much it will fluctuate. So in terms of the attractiveness of renewable energy compared to other sources, it's very hard to assess these days. Only these days, obviously, they look a lot more attractive than they did maybe 2 years ago. But again, the power the electricity generation business is a long-term business. And what happens today is not necessarily going to be true in 5 or 10 years. And again, that's where the fundamentals then come in. You know, what are the incentives of the off-takers to continue off-taking your energy, even though you have a PPA? We all know that, you know, those can be renegotiated. So that's one. Again, our interest is for that asset that we're financing to continue to deliver the development benefits long term. That means for the off-taker to use the energy for people to actually have access to that energy that the plant is producing. And so that's one complexity. The other complexity that is more related to the climate change question. The reason we're all doing renewable energy projects is because we are very concerned about climate change, rightly so. At the same time, this benefit of the renewable energy project compared to a thermal source, for example, we still, as an international community, haven't found a uniform approach to putting a price on that. And it's very hard to, you know, convince countries or policymakers without actual numbers in terms of, you know, what does this cost us compared to what the alternative costs us. We all know that the costs of the impacts of climate change are racking up throughout the world. We're dealing with recurring disasters on an ongoing basis. And, you know, obviously Swiss Re is very probably experienced in the cost of all of this. But again, there is still no uniform approach to putting numbers on this. And there are some efforts out there that are extremely valuable. For example, the US working group, the interagency working group on the social cost of carbon put out estimates. There is obviously the efforts by renewable energy projects to gain to recoup some of that cost by selling emission certificates. But what that actual price is for in terms of the benefit of avoiding this big externality of climate change around the world, there is still no uniform approach to this. And we know that the carbon markets are distorted and limited because, you know, they don't cover the entire world, and, you know, it's not that price necessarily. It also fluctuates very much. So that's potentially not the right price of that externality to incorporate an evaluation. So, and then the, you know, US interagency working group, there are lots of papers out there now, the limitations that those estimates have. I don't know if you're familiar, but right now, you know, in today's dollars, they assign a value of about $51 to each ton of avoided CO2. For methane, et cetera, it's a lot higher. But that is based on a 3% discount rate, which meaning how much do we discount the impacts for future years and generations? And many economists think that 2% is too low, 3% is too high. We should do 2% or even lower. And even if, given that so many of the huge impacts of climate change lie in the future, the choice of the discount rate is extremely important. If we lower it down to 2%, we're at $121 US per ton, and that changes the game significantly in terms of the attractiveness of renewable energy compared to other energy sources. So all of these things, for the international community that is concerned about climate change, there's still a lot of work to be done to be sure to do a better job of having the right numbers to put to the options that are in front of governments to really decide in concrete terms, okay, this will cost you this much. And also the distribution of the costs, you know, is not uniform across the globe. So how do we deal with that? You have a global externality that is going to be global, but usually economic analysis is at a national scale. And governments want to know, okay, how this is affecting me? What are my costs? So breaking all this down is extremely important, and coordinating this with the international community. So that's one of the complexities that we're dealing with. I don't have a good answer. We're still dabbling in how to best solve this, but I'll just put this out there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing so openly. And just before I hand it over to you, Nicole, I mean, maybe one takeaway on this is that it's clearly complex, it's clearly work in progress, but directionally, it seems fairly clear that for those who are developing and ultimately owning and operating renewable energy projects, at the margin, developments on this front should be positive, whereas going back to thermal power, and of course a lot of challenges around the transition, but at the margin you're probably looking at a discount going forward and more of a focus on the downside. So hopefully the sooner the better these things do crystallize in a transparent and predictable system. May take a little bit of time, but upside there, I think, for the sector. Nicole.
Certainly. So it is a very complex issue. And I think that's why, from our perspective, it's so important about partnership and collaboration. We in no way say that we've got all the solutions. And I don't think any person or institution or entity has got all the solutions. So now more than ever, this partnership and this drive of collaboration is really important for the results. So we really go out to work with other philanthropy institutes, civil society, public and private sector, because at our core, at the Bezos Earth Fund, is really aiming to provide a stronger and more equitable environment program, both in two cores, in aiming to look at the challenges and the barriers we have today, how can we overcome them and accelerate that progress, and secondly, what other changes we need for tomorrow. But in terms of increasing renewable development, I can give you quite a few examples, but let me just focus on one or two today. Good illustration is, and it's already been referred to earlier today, was about GAP. So GAP stands for Global Energy Alliance for People and Planet. Just a little bit of background if you're not aware of this. So Bezos Earth Fund is very proud. They joined Rockefeller's Foundation and the IKEA Foundation. And the three of us, as the initial founders, came together and realised the importance of partnerships to get scale. So we went and created this alliance. And this is what's really unique and quite valuable about GAP, is the value of this alliance that sits behind it. And the alliance can be broken up really into two categories. One is about the financial community, and many of my peers here on the panel and in the audience are members of it. We've got IDC, ADB, EBRD, many others, IFC, etc. And we've also got, on the second part of the category, is well-known institutions such as Proudly IRENA. We've got RMI, who've got really strong expert as well as local community contact. All this alliance is given by GAP. And what GAP aims to do is to provide support more at the national government levels around the world, particularly at the developing countries. And we are active here. We're very proud to be that, and also here in Indonesia specifically. And GAP basically aims to go and provide support through this value of this alliance, through all this expertise, the technical, the finance, the operational, etc., and really give it to the national governments who are creating these renewable programs. And it can be a whole variety of services, but it really is offered as an end-to-end service. So it could be just focusing on policy development and getting the right experts internationally for know-how to come together. It could be about data infrastructure. It could be about project documentation, PPA risk mitigation. It can even be about the end execution, about how we monitor and keep on monitoring that for going forward. And to date, GAP's very proud. They've already spent, in terms of grants, so again, it's only grant money, 1.5 billion USD to date in using this GAP app. So I do highly recommend, if you're not aware of it, have a look on the website, because it is got a lot of value and it's got a lot more work to be done too. But another thing that we do about increasing renewables, specifically if I go back to the Bezos Earth Fund, is that in addition to GAP, we obviously do things directly, and we're looking at various things. And maybe if I can touch on one point we haven't quite spoken a lot on today, and that is about not the innovation so much today, which is definitely needed, but for tomorrow. So we are looking at how we can use our funds where there currently may not be funds there, so there's value and there's need for philanthropy finance such as ourselves, to really contribute to those new technologies and create those new markets that's needed. So for example, things that come to mind are like green steel, green cement, where there's really no market yet, and really articulate people and explain the demand that's needed that obviously also compensates and increases renewable development with it. So today already the Bezos Earth Fund has issued grants in green cement, green transport in terms of large trucks because of global transport, zero shipping in terms of cargo shipping, as well as green steel, really trying to de-risk those markets, especially those early markets, because I think that's a role for us particularly, to try and spend a bit more money, de-risk it and increase that demand there. But really, in terms of renewables, at least from the Bezos Earth Fund, our core focus is really the emerging markets and the developing countries as to how we can best help from both a national government in terms of renewable program through our partners, as well as really on the ground in terms of technological sort of advancements too.
Thank you. To round this off, and having earlier spoken by you about the very real challenges in a number of respects of renewable energy development here, and as Yoi-san pointed out, this has been borne out in the differential deployment of renewable energy in Indonesia as compared with other markets. Perhaps on a more optimistic note, looking into the future, and again through the unique perspective of IIF, I wonder if you could share a bit about how you're positioning yourselves in terms of developing different kind of financing solutions and playing a further catalytic role in the sector. Where do you see the most important areas for engagement?
Yeah, thank you, Lubo. Well, one of our mandate is to become the catalyst for the financing of infrastructures. So what we do is that we look at the financing gap, the products that does not exist in the market, which is needed by the developers as well as the sponsors as project. And we try to create that products so that the developers can have a more efficient financing package. Okay, for example, typically banks in Indonesia, they can only provide financing for 5 to 7 years. Whilst infrastructure projects, as you know, probably need 10 to 12 years. So what we say to the developers is that, okay, you can use your own banks. They provide you with 7 years financing, and we provide you a commitment in day one that we will refinance at year 7, extend it to 10 years. So by that, it actually crowding in the market. Banks will be able to support their existing clients, whilst their clients, they can obtain a financing package up to what they need as 10 years financings. Another one is that we try to find ways on how to improve the sector itself. In this case, if we look at the renewables, we tend to be focusing on the renewables itself, but on the power plant itself. But actually, there are more to follow up. For example, one of our thinking is still being discussed internally is that why don't we establish a PPP for PLN to develop their grids? So rather than PLN spend capex to improve their grids, we just chunk it out, offer it to the private sectors, and PLN will act as a proxy for government contracting agency. They pay it in monthly basis, so by that PLN will have a less financial burden. Private sector can have additional business, and the renewables developers, they will have a certainty that once their power plant is switched on, then full absorption is guaranteed. So this kind of things is that we would like to add value to the industry, to the markets, both on the financing sectors as well as the industry side.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing. And again, I think some of these ideas about private participation, for example, in T&D, especially in T, have been around for some time. And to the extent that you make inroads, particularly in Indonesia, I think this would be transformational for the industry. Now, I'm conscious also that our session is the one thing that stands between the audience and lunch, and we don't want to overstay our welcome here, but we do have a few minutes for any questions from the audience, so can I please turn it over to you? Maybe start here in the third row. Gentleman in the white shirt, please kindly introduce yourself.
Does it work? Yeah. Jonas Milkvist from the Danish Export Credit Agency, EKF. Thank you very much for a very interesting panel discussion. It was mentioned the issue with the PPAs and the bankability of PPAs, especially I would say here in Asia. And that is a problem we have worked with quite a lot. We have financed, well, taken part of financing about 30 gigawatt of offshore and onshore wind around the world. And part of it here in Asia, especially in Vietnam and Taiwan. Now, the question for me is, how do you see the entrance of corporate PPAs? Because in one sense, of course, you will lose one risk, because it goes without saying that a corporate PPA is structured in a bankable way and have expensive lawyers that know exactly what the financiers want. So you get rid of one risk, but you get another risk, and that is the credit risk on the PPA, because it's not backed by a country. So my question is really, would you, as financiers, investors, see that as a positive addition to the renewable world, or more as an additional risk? Thank you.
Is your question directed at anyone in particular?
No. Whoever wants to answer.
Okay. Open. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So commercial or corporate PPA in this case, we do have a lot of proposal for it, and we are welcome to it in the sense that what we look firstly is that who is the off-takers. If it is a steady business, a good names, then we are open to it. The reason is that you pointed out correctly, it's more bankable. It's more bankable. We only take the corporate risk, the end client risk, which is actually is our expertise in analyzing the corporate.
Anyone else?
I can add on that too. We've supported quite a bit of commercial and industrial solar globally, and currently have a transaction in Indonesia that's in due diligence, and a lot of it is understanding the pipeline and managing the portfolio. We generally delegate the authority of managing the credit risk onto the developer, but we look to really understand that matrix and their model for doing so. So long as we can get comfortable with that model, as well as who's initially in that pipeline and the types of credit that they're really going after, where we've successfully implemented those types of structures. But it's also a question on whether it's completely off-grid or on-grid and being wheeled. And I would say it's more the latter that is facing challenges in Indonesia, right? Commercial industrial solar is beginning to grow. I would say it's probably the one area of renewables in Indonesia that is seeing growth. But there is a lot of demand, including Amazon Web Services, associated, different entity, that is, but similar companies, others that are investing in countries and demanding that investment is predicated on being attached to and fully powered by renewable energy, which requires wheeling arrangements, and seeing a cog in the wheel there here.
Maybe I could just briefly add, both from a risk transfer and from a previous life financier perspective, whilst it is a trade-off, I think people generally tend to fall on the side of it is a positive rather than a negative, for two reasons. The first one, financiers, and my colleagues here can challenge me on this if they see it differently, but within the institutions, particularly the DFI MDB community, there is credit assessment capability in the sector that the off-taker is in. So that part of the analysis can complement the understanding of the power sector. Second, and Douglas spoke about CNI, if people are to move into that space, they need to accept that it goes with the territory. So then a lot more focus and diligence is spent on how capable is the CNI developer to assess these risks, and it will typically be in multiple industries over time. And then it gets into credit scoring, rating systems, et cetera, et cetera. So somebody who just knows power probably wouldn't be a good counterpart for deploying a private PPA, but somebody else who comes with that mentality is better suited. My addition. Sorry, we had.
Shall I just add?
Oh, sorry, please.
From my previous life too. You're probably aware, but this is a model that has been used widely in Mexico. Wind for corporate, and Inter-American Development Bank has financed quite a few of them successfully. So, just to mention.
Please.
Good afternoon. Myself, Raghunath. I'm from one of the leading biomethane and biogas technology providers in Asia, and we have been in Indonesia for the last 15 years. Out of all 5 investment speakers, I'm glad that Bayu at least mentioned about waste-to-energy project. I think Europe is going aggressively about biomethane investment, and I see that in Asia, particularly in Southeast Asia, there is no much enthusiasm from all the investors, not in the biomethane market, because biomethane has a maximum impact on climate change than all put together. It could be 3 times more than geothermal, 5 times more than solar energy. So what's all of your opinion, and how the investment in this region can be as aggressive and as fast as what's happening in Europe? And as you mentioned about corporate PPAs, we have a take-or-pay contract with big names like Renewable. They are willing to change their fossil fuel to purchase biomethane. Renewable is one of the big taker for us, take-or-pay contract, and we have similar following that one. We see investment $1 billion with reasonably good return to begin with. And Indonesia and Southeast Asia has a huge potential to be a biofuel hub, even to supply and export to Europe and other Japan and other high demanding countries for this biofuel. I would like to hear all of you, what is your opinion and what is the way forward in aggressively funding this sector, which has a huge potential compared to anything else. Thank you.
So just to clarify, is the question around waste to energy?
Waste to energy, same biomethane. The biomethane is basically waste to energy. Of course, biomethane can be biomass also.
Yes.
But in biomass, you don't capture methane. But in biogas, which is tremendous waste across the world, Indonesia and Southeast Asia and Asia has a huge waste, and it's happening quite aggressive in India nowadays. The government is aggressively promoting CBG or compressed biogas project. Europe is definitely too aggressive on that. We see that news coming every day. Europe is investing 40 billion euro in biomethane project, but it's not happening that much in this region. If that can happen, it can lead to a phenomenal change.
Who would like to take that? Again, please.
So I'm speaking for Indonesia market only, so perhaps my other colleagues will add for the other regions. So it is indeed that my personal view, biomethane is one of the potential in the futures. But if we look at the market in Indonesia now, people are talking about waste to electricity. Secondly is waste to RDF. There is one waste to biogas, but then it is used to generate electricity. So again, it's not the biogas itself that is sold to the market. My thinking is that this is because of the environment for the usage of biogas is not yet there. It is similar to LPG, for example, but of course LPG is owned by Pertamina, and there's no other private players. Small profit players. In order for biomethane, biogas can be developed in massive manners, then there should be a retailer channel, distribution channel, and people that understand that biomethane is more efficient compared to LPG, or more clean compared to LPG and so on. So the challenge is on how to develop the environment for the user of biomethane in Indonesia. In fact, one of my colleague that developed waste to energy, when I asked him what are the products, first is RDF, second is actually the materials that cannot be turned into RDF, so that metals, mineral, and so on. And third one is biomethane, but that is only an optional. So again, it is because of the market is not there yet.
Thank you.
Touch on, I mean, just very quickly, we DFC does not have much waste to energy experience. We have supported a number of waste management projects globally, and so I guess my contribution to this topic would just be get that right, and waste energy, kind of falls into, I don't want to say fall into place, but is a little bit more straightforward, right? And along with USAID's, DFC is supporting a number of waste management companies in Indonesia. We've supported other companies elsewhere globally. And looking at some of the waste energy projects here, a lot of it is developing that ecosystem and the infrastructure that ensures adequate supply for waste to energy. And what we've seen in other markets where the technical specifications of a waste to energy plant is predicated on your supply, obviously, your feedstock. And if there is an informal economy that relies on picking out the components of waste that have the highest heat value, all of a sudden now you no longer have the value of a feedstock that the entire design of the facility was designed around. And we have seen how that has impacted the viability of waste energy projects elsewhere globally. So I know Indonesia is getting a lot of support across multiple agencies up here in really kind of thinking through that ecosystem and the infrastructure associated with that. But it's a challenge for sure.
Yes, absolutely. Yes, Pagbayu, I think a lot of corporates are coming forward to buy this biomethane. Like Renewable, one example, they need huge amount of biomethane to become net zero company. They're using natural gas now. They see the advantage. So I think the transition is just happening now, and we are going to begin the transition in Southeast Asia. And thank you for it.
Yes, thank you. Would like to hear more about the UNEP.
Sure, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah,
thank you.
It's good to hear that market solutions are coming forward. I think your comment, Douglas, went a little bit sort of to the full extent of waste to energy, particularly when people start talking about municipal solid waste, and that brings a separate sort of set of challenges of how you allocate the economics between dealing with the waste and dealing with the power generation. And particularly here in Indonesia, PLN has had a very clear perspective on that when it comes to the tariff. We have time for one final question, if anyone in the audience has one. If not, please join me in thanking the panel. Oh, there we go. We have one. We also have about a minute to ask and answer it. So
I need 30 seconds. My name is Guntur. I'm from Malaysia. My company is Gading Kencana. We are SME company. So we grow so fast. In Indonesia, can I ask the question, is it possible for RE developer to apply for a loan and get guarantees from agencies? Like what we have in Malaysia, we have Credit Guarantee Corporation. So for RE project, they give green tech financing, 60% guarantee by this agency, and they give 2% discount on the interest rate. So that helps a lot. So is there any mechanisms like that in Indonesia where we can spur more development in renewable energy? Thank you, sir.
I have provided credit guarantee to one of the wind farm developers, which is foreign investors. So yes, you can. But this is for I'm sure that ADB and others will also have the same.
Yeah, we do have a guarantee product, and we can structure it in many different ways, meaning that we can cover the full sort of credit risk, or we can cut and slice the risks. For example, we sometimes do political risk guarantee, meaning that the guarantee can be called only in certain scenarios where the political risk has materialized. So there are sort of many such products out there, and it's not just ADB. As IIF has similar product. Many ECAs have EKF has that product. Many sort of Japanese, Korean ECAs are around. So yeah, there are those available.
Yeah, just same. Investment guarantees, local currency guarantees, political risk insurance. It's pretty standard.
Yeah, you get a discount of 2% for each collaboration, I think. In fact, I would add to this, you do have a breadth of offerings, including from commercial insurance providers, where people are now prepared to look at insurance against irradiation falling below certain levels, or wind speeds being below certain levels, products which weren't there in the past. But back to what Ulrike was saying about insurance companies knowing a lot about climate change, there's so much data gathered around sort of NatCat that can be leveraged into developing products like this. So please join me in thanking the panel. I think we've heard everything of interest here, from $10 billion of grants, I think 8.5 still available, not yet dispersed or not yet spoken for, to philanthropic advice by Yoi-san for developers that need it on a personal account basis, and everything in between. So thank you very much for your questions, and thank you to the panel.
Thank you so much to Lubami Falbanov, the moderator, and also all panelists. And before we close this second session, please have a photo session for a while, all panelists as well as the moderator of our second session. Well, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, before we continue to the third session, we're going to have a break for an hour. So please enjoy the lunch, which are already served at the Garden Cafe area. There will be signage and also the staffs that will also direct you to go to the lunch venue. Please kindly return back to this room by 2:30 p.m. local time, as we will start the third session here at the same room, and also 2:30 p.m. once again Bali time or local time. Thank you so much to all panelists and also our moderator of the second session. And don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, to take your time as well to have a look at our exhibition area. So once again, we're going to have a break for an hour for lunch and also exhibition visit. If you'd like to do the matchmaking session, you are also welcome, as this will be parallel in today's session. So enjoy your lunch. Selamat makan. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite you and welcome you back to our Investment Forum on Energy Transition. So, for those of you who already finished the lunch and are still at the foyer area, please kindly join us here inside the Bangli room as we will start the third session shortly. Once again, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, please kindly return back to Bangli room and please take your seat as the third panel session will start immediately. Thank you. Good afternoon, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to our G20 Investment Forum on Energy Transitions. Now, after having renewable energy, because we're having our lunch, it is time to continue to the third panel session. And it is indeed an honor for us, and we are also very grateful because the last session, we still able to see that we have a lot of crowd until the end of the session. And this is also emphasizes the significance of the third theme of the panel sessions itself. So ladies and gentlemen, the third session will discuss about the access to energy transitions finance, challenges, and also the opportunities. As we know that the investment in energy transition technologies, while having reached record levels, are still not large enough and are concentrated in just a few countries and also regions. For the energy transition to become truly global, access to financing must widen considerably. So, ladies and gentlemen, today the needed scale-up of renewables will require significant and also decisive coordinated actions across public and also private sectors. And this session, we will discuss about the challenges, the opportunities, as well as the solutions regarding mobilizing energy transitions finance. We also will discuss, it includes the risk associated with the renewable energy projects, the risk on the mitigation mechanisms, and also how to make the renewable energy projects more bankable and also accessible for finance. The discussion, of course, will be led by our moderator, and let me introduce the moderator for the third session. As the director of the IRENA's Country Engagement and Partnership, Mr. Gonul oversees the agency's work on supporting member countries in the development and also implementations of national and regional renewable energy strategies and programs through IRENA's regional initiatives, tailored country support, as well as partnership initiatives. Mr. Gonul, who led the work for the development of an energy sector policy for the Islamic Development Bank, served as senior expert at the Energy Charter Secretariat in Brussels and held positions in the EU Commission's delegations in Ankara and Turkey's Ministry of Energy since 1993. Before, finally, he joining IRENA in 2014. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on the stage our moderator for the third panel session. This is Gurbus Gonul. The floor is yours, Mr. Gonul.
Thank you very much, Diane. Great pleasure moderating this very interesting session on access to energy transition finance, challenges and opportunities. I welcome you all joining us today for this hopefully very interesting discussion. In fact, I think we have had a good two sessions prior to this one. In the morning, one was focusing on the developer's perspective, and other one looking into the financier's perspective. I mean, in this session, we are going to mix it up. We are going to look into the same picture. The main question is how we can foster investments. And from that point of view, I think we will have the representatives of very interesting mix of organizations from the public sector, from the private sector, from financial community, from the governments, from international organizations, representing different perspectives on the question we have in hand. And I'm looking forward to a good discussion in that context. In fact, I think in the previous panels, but also broadly, when you have a conversation with the financiers and when you have the conversation with the developers, when you talk to financiers, they say, we have plenty of money. But where are the projects? Where are the good bankable projects? We can't find them. When you go to the developers, they say, okay, we have a good portfolio of projects. Where is the money? So there is definitely a missing link between the two, and that's where IRENA is trying to be very active to how we can create those bankable projects on the one side and how we can matchmake it with the financiers and investors for equity investment. Through the initiatives, I think it has been discussed in the morning, Climate Investment Platform, as well as ETAF. This is the new initiative that we have kick-started with the United Arab Emirates. And looking into the access to finance, it's not only the normal access to finance, but sometimes it's kind of the question of affordable finance, because especially when you go to the energy access projects and social projects for poor farmers or for the health sector, this concessionality of financing is extremely important. So how to achieve it and having a good mix of grant or having a good level of grant element in the financing wherever is needed, but on the other hand, not to also overcrowd the market. I mean, you don't want to mess with the dynamics of the market also. So it's a very critical question, and hoping that we will have a good conversation today around that. Because basically, when you look at the financing of projects, technology cost is more or less the same. It's with the logistics of it. I think it affects the investment cost, but it is more like the cost of capital, which is affecting the projects. And the main element affecting it is the risk associated with the projects. And there are so many angles of it, because there is an overall country risks, which is independent from the energy sector. There is the enabling framework and associated regulations, legal environment, providing confidence to the investors. And there's also the project-specific risk, where you want to address them, largely through depending on the environment, but PPA is one of the tools that you look into those risks and try to allocate those risks who can cover them, who can address them effectively, or a better place to address them. Otherwise, you develop certain guarantee instruments to cover the remaining risks. Otherwise, what happens? It comes back with a cost premium on the price, or sometimes even the projects do not happen. So I think this is some of the issues, and the role of both private and public finance, extremely important in that picture. And especially public finance, public resources are scarce, and how we can use those resources wisely to mobilize private finance. But it's not limited for public finance to play a role. I mean, there are emerging technologies coming in, and how to kind of promote those technologies. I think in the morning there was a discussion about the justice in energy transition, and there's a cost for achieving justice in energy transition, and how some of the social costs, how it can be, these public funds can address them. So within that broader picture, as I said, I have a very good mix of panel coming up, and I would like to introduce them and invite them to the floor, to the podium. I would like to start with Dr. Dadan Kustina. He is the Director General, Renewable Energy and Energy Conservation at the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources. Then I would like to invite Mr. Basilio Diaz Araujo, Deputy for Coordinating Minister of Maritime and Investments, and he's in charge of energy affairs. Basilio, please take the floor. Then let me invite Ambassador Thomas Christensen, Climate Ambassador of Denmark. Ms. Cecilia Tam, Team Leader of Clean Energy Finance and Investment Mobilization Program for OECD. Then Mr. Jerry Valesquez, Director of Mitigation and Adaptation from GCF, Green Climate Fund. And Mr. John Colombo, Country Manager of Indonesia for Climate Capital. And finally, Ivan Atsiputra, sorry for my pronunciation, Senior Advisor at Castle Consultant from UK Mentari program for UK and Indonesia's joint program for energy transition. Thank you. And let me take my seat. It's going to be a long session. So, so thank you very much. In fact, we have started very good conversation during lunch. And I had a hard time convincing them coming back to our meeting room and continue discussion there. So I think it will be, and I'm looking forward to a very good conversation. Just to flag you, I'm very much wish to have an interactive conversation. So bring audience into the discussion. So if you have any questions after the first round, I'll be happy to capture some of those questions. If you have certain feedback that or some perspectives you have to present, please feel free to do so. With the time constraint, taking into consideration the time constraint we have, being brief in your interventions, we will be happy to have as many as contributions you may provide during the discussion. Let me start with Dr. Dadan. Dr. Dadan, as you know, we have been having these conversations, and Indonesian government role is central to ensuring an enabling environment, a strong enabling environment for energy transition and deploying renewable energy projects. And how do you see the existing government policies in promoting renewables and enabling a good framework for accessing to finance in affordable terms to promote energy transition, and how to de-risk investments in that context?
Thank you, Pak Gurbus. Selamat siang, very good afternoon. Your question is a little bit difficult to me because I'm part of the government, so I could not review the one that I'm currently inside. But let's start with I'm from Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, which is in particular my specific task is to prepare the regulation. I will start with what we are currently doing. The first, I think most of you have heard that we are in the final process for the presidential regulation in tariff. Actually, no, it's not only tariff. We have two things in that regulation. The first is tariff for renewable energy for electricity. So this is only for electricity. And the second is the initiative on the early retirement. So we put those together in that regulation. Why then we put that one into single regulation? I believe that my colleagues from PLN in the morning has mentioned the situation currently that we are facing in the country in terms of the excess supply of electricity, and also in terms of the our roadmap on energy transition. So we are currently in the situation of excess supply. Yeah. So you can imagine how difficult my situation. I mean, my portfolio is to increase the renewable energy at least into the grid, which is now is almost solely owned by the PLN. And at the same time, PLN is in the situation of excess supply. So it's quite difficult for us to bring in the new capacity. But don't worry on that. I mean, the first, we have so-called RUPTL. This is basically prepared based on the condition of excess supply. So if you ask, how then RUPTL can be implemented? No, I mean, I'm also contributing a lot during the preparation, and that RUPTL is basically designed on the situation of excess supply. So the additional capacity of 20.9 gigawatt up to 2030, this is clear that it is the additional capacity. That will be the one. The second, in terms of the, because you put also the risking, yeah. So I will respond that the other good thing in the this draft of the regulation, that we put the selling price of the tariff for renewable energy for the IPP into the grid, and this will be done in the competitive mechanism, doing by tender. So this is probably later on also how then the financing scheme can fit with our process of the procurement, because this is actually done by the private. It's not done directly by government to have the project, to execute the project. If that money, the finance coming to us, to the government, that will be very easy for us to manage. But I believe that there are some, varieties in the financing scheme. Some go to the, say for example, to our blended finance of PTSME. The others go directly to the project with PLN. Others can go also probably with private. So this also our challenging on how to combine those mechanism. So I would like to start with, yes, we have the market. We have enough market, 20.9 gigawatt. This is on already on the RUPTL, and some have already started for the tendering. And others, how then we can enhance, we can add more. We have, for example, currently 5,200 of the diesel all over the countries. All over the area within the country. And all are using the diesel fuel. So we start with the substitution. We go to the gas to have the less in terms of the cost and also in terms of the emission. And others will be directly substitute with renewable energy. PLN has started with the project. I think when we had the first meeting of Energy Transition Working Group in Yogyakarta, it was the first announcement of the tender. The other is, this is the way on how Indonesia will increase the renewable energy and try also to commit with our Paris Agreement. We try also to substitute some of the coal, either with coal early retirement or with the coal firing with renewables. Of course, many of you are the concern is on the electricity generation coming from the new capacity, but we are combining those ideas. Additional capacity and also co-firing or putting more renewable energy without take out the existing power plant. For example, we have one project in West Java, the floating solar panel, 145 megawatt. This is basically doesn't add the capacity into the grid. Because what we do is just to use this solar power plant during the day. At night, during peak hour, we will use the existing hydro power plant. So we do this. We are in the process also with PLN to see the other lakes, water reservoir. So we try to optimize the current situation on the electricity supply. If we are talking about the incentives, I may say we had two things in terms of incentive, the fiscal and non-fiscal incentive. This is non-fiscal is also important for us. Say, for example, for land procurement, or for the people working in geothermal, I think this and geothermal and hydro, this will be also the issue on using the water, on using the land within the forest area. This is also the issue. I think in some countries also becoming the issue. We put that in our regulation, in the law of water resources, and also regulation within the forestry. So now currently it's going to be much more simple in terms of the process. We will know exactly how long the time will take for this process. I think this is also kind of incentive coming from the government, not only in terms of the financing. Others in terms of financing, the government has put it also some budget into in particular on the geothermal for the exploration drilling on this. This is 100% the money coming from the government. Then we will do the the tender, the bidding based on our result. So we try to the risk of the project. Yeah. But you will not have the, I think, in terms of technical risk coming from solar, from wind. I think on this we have very good example in some other areas in terms of implementation. But for very specific development of geothermal, the government put more resources on this in order to the risk in the initial project, and then we will do the tender. So the tender will be, I mean, you can ask what is the capacity of the resources. So we come up already in terms of the research. It's not only bidding the resources in which we have done in some years back. Yeah. We are also with support from Pak Basri office and also with Ministry of Finance. We are setting up so-called the blended finance institution in addition to the existing one, the PTSMI. So we try to put this new institution in order to accelerate the early retirement of coal-fired power plant. So if we can deal with this very challenging issue in too many coal-fired power plant on the grid, which is again, this is also will block the additional capacity of new renewable energy into the grid. So we're working in that at least two situations. Yeah. Yesterday, I had also FGD. It mentioned that in Philippines, there was a first contract of the early coal-fired retirement in, I think, at the end of May. I think Philippines with us relatively similar countries in terms of economic situation, probably in terms of tariff pricing. So it is adding much more optimistic, at least to me, to promote this combination, the early retirement of coal-fired power plant and put more renewable energy into the grid. Well, I think that will be in the beginning.
Yeah.
Back to you, Gurbus.
Thank you, Mr. Dadan. I think we are all recognizing and also welcoming the strong vision of Indonesian government for energy transition. Obviously, there are challenges. It's a process. The challenges we see with the early retirement of the coal fleet, regarding the tariffs, but the efforts that the government is making to addressing this, I think these are very much appreciated. And perhaps in the second round, we can go deeper into some of those points that you have mentioned. But before we do that, I think let me invite Ambassador Christensen, representing Denmark, which is a very close partner of in the region, in the ASEAN region, but also specifically in Indonesia, working with and closely supporting the government in their net zero vision. We are working together with Denmark in especially in the long-term planning field and supporting the region and some of the countries, including Indonesia, Malaysia, in developing their energy transition outlooks. But I would like to hear from you, Thomas. How do you see this energy transition process ongoing in the region and Indonesia? And where do you see the challenges, or where do you see the role of Denmark in supporting this, the efforts made by the governments and other stakeholders in the country, but broadly in the ASEAN region?
Thank you very much, Gurbus, and thank you for inviting me to join this investment platform. And let me just start by acknowledging also the welcome from Francesco this morning, that it's now 3 years since we launched this project of the investment platform together, IRENA, with Denmark at the Secretary General's Climate Summit in New York. And unfortunately, because of COVID, we haven't been able to have a physical manifestation of this until now. So congratulations to you and to Indonesia for organizing this first investment platform in the context of the G20. It's high time, and it's a very good agenda to meet on. I would also say that the Danish partnership with Indonesia is very strong. We work at many levels, bilaterally, multilaterally. We have support within the ministry. We also work with PLN. We have ministerial level, technical level, all kinds of collaboration that is sort of very solid. And I think that the point of departure is really probably also the fact that I want to believe that Denmark is one of the countries that actually walks the talk by implementing domestically what we are trying to discuss with our partners, how to progress. And if I may just start there, we have a climate law in Denmark that demands us to go to 70% emissions reductions by 2030. And as part of that, we have an ongoing energy planning process, a long-term planning process, where the Danish Energy Agency every year has to come up with a plan for the government, that the government presents in Parliament, for how we get to that 70% reduction target, both in the long term, but also in the next year. So every year we have to present a plan that is then politically discussed and is adopted along with our budget for the next year in Parliament. And that means that every year we have to review all the different technology options, the cost of the options, the pathways for doing them, and in a way we have to constantly review the assumptions in terms of cost and feasibility. And last year the Danish Energy Agency presented 4 different pathways to 70% reduction in 2030, and I think if the conclusion, and I'm looking at Ole, our chief advisor on this, but the conclusion was that if we did all 4, we would actually achieve 80% reduction in 2030. And that's a combination of energy policy, transport, agriculture, tax, a combination of incentives and subsidies, and a very complex, actually, set of policies, which has meant that over the last 3 years, the government in Parliament has adopted more than 50 different pieces of legislation and regulation. So it's a very meticulous methodology that we follow domestically. And when we work with you in Indonesia, we try to bring some of that knowledge that we have from domestically, from the sort of how you do the long-term planning with the short-term implementation to the table. And it's quite a complex process, but actually if you do the forecasting right, you will also get the short term better. And then it's that learning process that we try to bring into the mix. And one key question here is this question of the cost, and we've touched upon that this morning and again now. What is the actual cost of renewables? And of course it depends on the kind of subsidies that you have for your fossils. And I think one lesson learned that we have had is that if you create a level playing field for the renewables with the fossils, as Francesco said this morning, in more than 2/3 of countries around the world, the renewables actually is more affordable, more viable, and is a better cost option. And when you break that down for a country like Indonesia, it's clear that you almost have to go power plant by power plant. There's no one size fits all. It has to be done very, very meticulously. And I know that you and your ministry, you are doing that analysis. So when we work with a country like Indonesia, we try to bring that long-term planning perspective, and then also go into the, in this case, the utility of PLN and work with them. One added thing that we bring is the knowledge of how to integrate renewable energy into your grid. Also something that we work with you on in IRENA. On average, on a normal day like today, Denmark has between 70 and 80% renewable energy in its grid. So those who believe that you can only do 15 or 20%, that is not the case in my country. This morning people talked about intermittency and the need for storage. But friends, that intermittency and that storage, you only need it once you are at 70, 80%. If you have no renewable energy in your grid, you can easily go to 15% before you start to have any challenges with either intermittency or storage. So for those of you who are from here or from other Asian countries, I would encourage you simply to go ahead, invest large scale into renewables until you reach the 15%. Once you are at 15%, then let's talk about how how you progress from there. But I think the learning that we've had also working with IRENA is that you easily go to 30–40% before you start hitting any major roadblocks and any major barriers. And I think you asked about the ASEAN region. I mean, we are very much focused on Indonesia, but we also are commencing a collaboration with ASEAN, and we are active also in Vietnam. Vietnam has a different profile than Indonesia, and it's different challenges over there. But in general, I think the region has a lot of perspective, and if you focus also on the opportunities, actually the economic gains you can make by going into renewables, by the jobs you can generate, the health benefits. If you do the whole of economy costing of this, actually the benefits outweigh far the costs. And just one last comment on where we also try to take leadership in view of the current energy crisis. Yesterday, the Danish Prime Minister had invited her colleagues from the Baltic region to Denmark, and they set a collective target of going to 20 gigawatt of offshore wind by 2030, also to help supply renewable energy to Eastern Europe. That comes in addition to the target we set in May for 65 gigawatt from the North Sea for Western Europe. So we now have a combined target for the North Sea and the Baltic for 85 gigawatt of offshore wind by 2030, and we think that target will drive the economic development and the leadership in renewable energy. But we really would invite Indonesia to join us in that leadership, because that would give you an industrial leadership and a lot of opportunity in Asia, where this will also be the future. Invest in the future instead of in the past. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Thomas Christensen. Very strong message from a country, a partner country of the region. I think some of those key messages are extremely relevant, needs to be heard by the right stakeholders. The message for integrating variable resources into the grid. I think all incumbent utilities hear it out and try to understand what it takes to integrate renewables and how easy or how difficult it might be. I think some of the work we do, grid integration work we do with the looking into the system flexibility in Indonesia, also in the broader ASEAN region, I think it will provide good input to the discussions, both at the national level but also broader regional level. So thank you very much. Let me move to Cecilia from OECD. And I understand that there's a program that you have developed specifically looking into how you can promote, foster financing options, but also de-risking instruments in order to promote energy transition. Can you please tell us about this program and what's your experience with the implementation?
Sure. Thank you very much, and thank you, Gurbitz, for the question. I'd like to thank IRENA for inviting me here to tell you a little bit about the OECD's Clean Energy Finance and Investment Mobilization Program. This program was started in 2019 thanks to generous funding from the government of Denmark that really allowed the OECD to work much closer, hand in hand with a small number of key partner countries, including with Indonesia, on strengthening the enabling frameworks to facilitate more access to private capital for energy transition, so for renewables as well as for energy efficiency. The OECD is an intergovernmental organization, and we are the only IO that works across all areas of government and all levels of government. And I think when you're talking about enabling frameworks, it's very important to look obviously beyond just the energy policy landscape, but to look more broadly when we're speaking about finance and investment of what is also happening in terms of the financial market policies and rules, investment policy, as well as environmental policy discussions. And what the OECD does is it uses its expertise and its strength in terms of providing objective, evidence-based data and analysis to work with partner countries to help understand what are the underlying policy barriers that may remain in a country. And when we talk about risks and de-risking, to be able to develop the right types of solutions, we need to understand under a broader energy transition landscape, what are the remaining investment barriers and what are the risks that private investors still feel are out there in the market, whether this is related to policy or technology, integration. We've already had previous speakers outlining a number of these issues. So the OECD, through its program and its wide membership, its close work with a very large number of emerging economy partner countries, uses its convening power and its platform to really share best practices and provides advice to individual companies based on real live experiences and solutions that we feel could be implemented in country. Similar to this forum that we're having today, the OECD also provides a forum to engage with the private sector and with the key stakeholders. And I think what's quite important to highlight is that the stakeholder group for energy transition and for unlocking finance is very wide. So it includes discussions with finance ministries who are setting the sustainable finance agenda, setting out the rules and the frameworks for transition finance. Because if we're looking to attract both domestic and international sources of capital, we also need to understand what investors, both project developers as well as financial investors, institutional investors, are looking for in terms of returns, but also how they perceive these risks. So we have a very wide set of risks. I'm not going to list those out, but we need to be able to understand what are true risks that can be managed and the role of the government in managing some of this uncertainty, as well as what are deemed to be perceived risks that can be overcome with better evidence and data and information to help really drive down the costs of finance. Because I think at the end of the day, when we're talking about de-risking, we need to better match the different sources of public and private finance. And on the public side of things, we're looking at also development finance as well as domestic public finance, and understand the different roles and responsibilities of these different public finance actors in addressing this risk. So when you look at policy risk, this typically is best suited to be absorbed by domestic governments, whereas if we're looking at aspects such as scale, capacity, knowledge building, first-of-a-kind projects, then this is something that development and international public finance can be well suited to support. And this is some areas that the OECD is working on. And if I may, perhaps just to highlight a new report that we've just released yesterday. Pak Dandan made a number of references to blended finance and the very good work that Indonesia is doing on blended finance. To support this work, the OECD just released a blended finance guidance for the clean energy sector, which provides a very practical tool with step-by-step guidance, basically unlocking at 4 different subsectors what are the underlying risks at these different sectoral levels, and what are the types of de-risking solutions, financial interventions or instruments that can be used to overcome these types of risks and help to lower the cost of financing for the uptake of renewables, energy efficiency, but also things like energy storage, and also looking very deeply at how we can support financing for off-grid energy solutions, which in the context of Indonesia, the region, is very important to ensure that the energy transition is going to be just and reaches really the very last mile. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Cecilia. I think your points are very relevant, and I would like to take your last point, and it's a very good connection to my next point, to our next panelists. It's the kind of de-risking instruments and how essential they are in achieving affordable financing or kind of required financing for the projects. Let me turn to Mason from Climb Capital. In fact, John, sorry, the name is correctly written here. Sorry, John. In fact, Climb Capital is operating in a space where they are supporting very early stage projects, where very few wants to touch. Because they are high risk and they are kind of very much oriented, their products are very much oriented to addressing those risks with early stage projects to bring them to maturity. Can you tell us about your work and how do you design your products and in order to address those early stage projects to viability?
Sure, and first of all, thank you to Irina for the opportunity to speak to everybody here today and to introduce the Southeast Asia Clean Energy Facility, as well as how we support the de-risking of both renewable energy projects as well as clean businesses. The Southeast Asia Clean Energy Facility, or CSEF, is a Singapore-based fund. We make early stage investments in projects and businesses. So within the power generation sector, we support utility scale projects, particularly solar and wind, where we provide development capital to help de-risk projects up until the financial close period. This is a crucial stage. You, in your opening remarks, made reference to this conundrum where, you know, the sources of financing are looking for good projects and, you know, developers are looking for financing. You know, what we're trying to do is provide that crucial catalytic capital to bring projects along to the point where they're attractive to conventional sources of financing. But I think, you know, we're also unique in that in addition to supporting utility scale conventional power generation projects, we also make investments in emerging types of businesses. So this, you know, includes areas like energy efficiency, demand side management, and, you know, as well as e-mobility, crucially, which is a major focus and focus of the Indonesian government, but it's also a huge opportunity, as I think everyone here is probably aware. It ticks a lot of boxes. Indonesia is blessed with significant natural resources and manpower, and is correctly really leaning into pushing the EV sector. But it also aligns with PLN, right? Because there's a condition of oversupply. So we're looking to support e-mobility businesses further downstream in terms of like the supporting infrastructure. You know, we operate in addition to Indonesia, we also make investments in Vietnam and the Philippines, and we're able to provide both equity or equity-like debt. Generally speaking, though, our primary principle is that we want to align our interests with those of the investee. So that means taking risk alongside them, and this is crucial. We see that at this stage, what's really required is that we're prepared to also assume some of that downside risk alongside the investee, and put them in a position where they can succeed. And you know, we've seen that borne out in a couple of cases. Our first investment was in Indonesia, in a company called Surya Daya Indonesia, which is among the market leaders in C&I rooftop solar. We invested early in Surya and provided capital to help them scale up, develop their pipeline, also develop their business. And they were providing a solution to the market that was really needed at that particular time, and were able to bring on follow-on financing, and have grown considerably since then. But our support was crucial at that time to help them get to that point. Similarly, in Vietnam, we recently announced an exit from a wind developer, Levanta, which we invested in also quite early in 2020, which is when we reached our first close. We supported them in basically developing a portfolio of 3 wind projects and getting those projects through the development stage to a point where they were more attractive to, again, conventional sources of capital. So this model works. You know, we've seen it work through our own investments. Personally, I believe that there's an opportunity for there to be more CSEFs, for more early stage risk capital to be made available. I think, we can't wait around, even to the extent that there isn't a pipeline. Well, we have to make a pipeline. We have to provide development capital to originate new projects, help developers push along wind, solar, hydro, geothermal. Pak Dadan alluded to what the government is doing to support early stage exploration of geothermal. That's crucial. So yeah, we're part of that, and very, very happy to support Indonesia's growth in this area. So, yeah.
Thank you very much. I think it's a very important role that Climate Capital plays in the region, in the country, as you mentioned. And let me, from Climate Capital, let me turn to a bigger, larger financier of energy transition, climate finance. I think, let me turn to Jerry. GCF has emerged as one of the key players in climate finance, and as part of it, I think energy transition finance is an important part of it. And can you tell us how you see the role of GCF in supporting energy transition in the ASEAN region? And tell us about your approach and your perspectives in that, the overall ambition of the region, but also specific countries like Indonesia for promoting energy transition in the country.
Thank you very much. Firstly, I would like to thank Irina and obviously Government of Denmark, our core partners for the Climate Investment Platform. Indeed, to have a physical investment platform is indeed a fantastic effort, and we look forward to expanding this effort. We have plans to actually move this forward to actual projects, so we really believe in this platform. Thank you very much. As you know, the Green Climate Fund is the financial instrument of the Paris Agreement. We are the largest multilateral climate fund. We have invested more than $10 billion so far, $6 billion of which are on mitigation, a large proportion of which is on energy. In the ASEAN region, we've had projects. In Indonesia, we've invested with the World Bank on de-risking geothermal exploration. We deployed a reimbursable grant for drilling because it's very costly and it's very risky. So we, in fact, if there is nothing found, it is a grant. If there is something found, they have to pay it back. No risk. We've also invested in energy efficiency in Vietnam, again with the World Bank. And just recently, we approved a $1.5 billion project with the ADB on a catalytic green finance facility to help the ASEAN countries recover from COVID in energy, and energy, also using this to help them along in the energy transition pathway. So there is a lot of work happening. GCF is a partnership organization. We have more than 150 partners. In Indonesia, PTSMI is accredited, so we do look forward to eventually having a large project with PTSMI. In fact, the geothermal project that we did with the World Bank was the executing entity working with the World Bank is PTSMI. So that's already a good partnership. Our capital is agnostic because we can deploy grants, we can deploy concessional lending, guarantee, and equity, and we could work with public and private sector. But I think more importantly, we have very, very high risk appetite. And this is, I think, very interesting because we take first loss position on many things if it would make the project viable. If it would make the project viable, we would take that first loss position. So either equity, guarantee, and so on, that's our role. Because we are very flexible, there's a lot of things that can be done in the GCF, especially promoting a blended finance approach, public and private. So there is a lot of potential on our work. What is it that we promote to do? One, we deploy grants. We give countries up to $1 million per year in grants every year just to get ready. We call it a readiness program. So in this, we hope countries can develop capacity, develop their frameworks, data, and so on, including on energy. Secondly is that we do focus our public investments on innovation and piloting, wherein good technology are explored, innovative approaches, and so on are looked into. But our real goal is mobilize and leverage private capital. This is our goal. We do the first two to really mobilize and leverage private capital. And maybe interestingly, although our accreditation is quite strict and a lot of people find it difficult to work with us on that accreditation framework, our board has recently approved a project-specific accreditation approach. That means there are private investors here in this room. If you're interested to work with us in a very transformative and large project, we would be able to actually work with you and you get accredited for one project, for that particular project. So, along with our assessment of the project, we will assess your capacity to develop it and you could deliver it. So I think the message on our side is that we would like to work with the countries in the ASEAN, including private sector, on the energy transition. Our goal is the concept of paradigm shift. That means that when you move to something, you don't go back. And I think this is the energy transition. This is what you want to do, that paradigm shift. So I think we would like to work with you. Please do consider us. We would like to work with Indonesia, for example. We look forward to working with Indonesia. I think there's a lot of potential, but for private investors or entities in this room, we also would like to work with you. So we look forward to that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jerry. Very insightful into the GCF instruments, several of them you mentioned, especially the last one, it's project-specific accreditation. I think that will be, I'm sure it will be of interest, and perhaps in the second round we may hear a little more how it works, and I'm sure that will be interest for the project developers. And with that, let me move to, I think Jerry mentioned about how GCF is based on partnerships. I think another partnership program, but this time it's bilateral between Indonesia and United Kingdom, Mentari program. And let me invite Mr. Ivan to tell us about the program. What is your goals and how do you want to achieve it? Tell us about the program, please.
Thank you, Moderator Gusnu. Yeah, let me introduce why UK is interested in Indonesia. Beside the resources of renewable energy, I think the UK also look at by having a low carbon transition can assist Indonesia achieving the goals of increase the economic development, reduce the poverties, and also increase the electrification ratio and climate change mitigation as well. So because of that, there are so many opportunities that we can grab on that. But besides that, I think also there's a challenge behind the opportunities always. So that's why Mentari was established. Mentari is actually the name of, in Bahasa Indonesia, you can consider is like a sun. But actually the Mentari is an abbreviation of in bahasa Indonesia is menuju transisi energi rendah karbon Indonesia. So in English maybe it's toward Indonesian low energy transition. So looking at that, the challenge, as you mentioned earlier, that Mentari will tap about 5 areas: the policy, the brokerage, and then we have a demo project that we would like to show about how the RE project was planned and until the operation, and also the collaboration network, and also the JSC things. But particularly on this event, I would like to share about the brokerage because it's something linked with the investment. So as you mentioned that developers and financiers is like chicken and egg. You mentioned that the developers say, show me the money. But the investors say, okay, show me the projects then. So there's a missing link or the gap that maybe either side has a different perspective. Of course, the investor would like to secure the projects and the loans can be implemented in time. But we found out on the program of Mentari when we started right at the beginning of the pandemic in early 2020, we feel that from developers' point of view, when they prepare the proposal, when they prepare the project's profile, when they prepare the studies, they are not that sufficient enough. Some of the developers are conventionally, they are not preparing a good bankable proposal, because as you know, the renewable energy is not belongs to all the big companies, especially for a small scale renewable energy like 1 to 5, 1 to 10 megawatts. Mostly they develop by themselves and regional from different location, started from the local companies. So in that sense, we feel that we would like to fill the gap to improve the capability and the capacity, how the developers can improve the projects or the proposal. We can provide the TA, the technical assistance. The technical assistance can cover every aspect based on the request and based on the need for them to move forward. Some of them has made some preliminary studies, and then they need some additional to achieve, say, PPA with PLN. Means they need a full FS, they need some grid connection studies, they need some Asia things. So that kind we can provide on that. But some of them also, they have already in advance, but they need some additional studies like gender, like land acquisition things. So that we can fill on the developer side. So on our pipeline today, we have over 50 projects already that they ask for our assistance. But on the other hand, we also have some investors, mostly overseas, feels that they are having some difficulties how to get the right projects, the right partners. Because as you know, earlier I mentioned about the proposal itself is not that good enough preparation. So they say, I have plenty of funds, but I cannot find to channel my funds. So, and then Mentari can fill the gap because we, before we propose the projects to the investor, we would like to have a screening type. Which one of the project is eligible for us to propose to the if potential investors. And at the end, of course, our goals is hopefully by the end of the program, we can matchmaking with between the developers and the investors to say financial close and hopefully can start the construction and COD on time. So those 3 areas that the brokerage is handling, I can imagine that some of the developers also doesn't have a good access, financing access. That is the Mentari can provide the links and fill the gaps between the developers and the investors. Besides, of course, as you mentioned, that not conventional banks look at the RE is sophisticated enough or risk-free because they perceive still the renewable energy is high-risk investment for them. So conventional bank will see, okay, I need additional collateral or additional guarantees that makes the price for that loan, I think, is rather high. So that we can try to find, you mentioned about blended financing or innovative financing. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Ivan. I think Mentari fills an important gap. And there's definitely an rationale for the program. And I think it very well fits with what IRENA intends to achieve in Indonesia, in ASEAN, and that's why I think we are now developing a good collaboration. I think there will be a signature of MOU tomorrow, and we're looking forward to our good cooperation. And let me turn to Mr. Bazilu. In fact, I wanted to have you as the last person in the round because we started with an Indonesian perspective, and I want you to hear what others say, and based on which that perhaps you can shape up your remarks. I think there is a lot of perspectives. I think this is a good kind of broader government perspective already presented by Dr. Dadan. But I want you to, I want to hear from you based on what you have heard from different institutions from Indonesia in terms of the energy transition efforts and how they are contributing to it. But as a coordinating ministry, which is a tough job. We very well acknowledge it because energy falls under the responsibility of different ministries and different institutions. That's why it's a kind of bringing them on the table and achieving and convincing. And I think it is a very tough job. But tell us about how you see this energy transition, broader energy transition, but particularly one point that Dr. Dadan mentioned, it's about the coal phase out. And what are the plans around that? And because it's a kind of broader issue than only energy ministry, and I think your ministry is the one coordinating it. And tell us about what the plans are and what are the associated investments, if you have made some assessment around that, if you can just tell us about your perspective on that.
Well, thank you very much, Gorbuch, and ladies and gentlemen, good evening. First of all, of course, I have to thank Irina for inviting me also to participate in this panel. And I think we have already heard a lot of panelists talking about this issue regarding the problems that is faced by Indonesia. Well, my ministry is a coordinating ministry. And we coordinate 6 to 7 ministries and other related ministries. Okay? And one of the ministries that I'm coordinating is the Ministry of Padadang, the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Affairs. And Padadang is actually my real partner because my portfolio covers energy, especially renewable energy, oil and gas. So I talk to Padadang for renewable energy, and also I talk to other DGs under the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Affairs for other issues. For example, if I talk to the DG that handles oil and gas, I would talk to him in a different language. I talk to him about how we decarbonize in the oil and gas sector. When I talk to Padadang, it's issues of when or how we implement the commitments that we have already made. Well, as commonly practiced internationally, decisions of how country utilizes its energy resources are never simple ones. It is related internally to security and resilience of energy provisions. Economically, to cost-benefit ratios around the country's economic activities, and internationally to geopolitics, be it regionally as well as globally. I was in COP26, and before going to COP26, the coal price hiked in England. And I was asked, what is your perspective on this coal hike in the UK? My sole response to the journalist is that maybe that can be a sign from the fossil fuel producers. That's one to tell those who go to COP26 that if you want to put pressure on us, then this is the price that they will pay. And for several months also, during the Russia and Ukraine war, many people also come to me and ask for my opinion. I told them, well, last month I accompanied my minister to UN conference in Lisbon, and my ministers told to the panel of head of states, around 6 to 7 presidents, the paradox of energy transition. My minister, Pak Luhut Panjaitan, told them, well, I don't know what to do with energy transition today. Because in one hand, people are talking about we have to transition our energy. But on the other side, now 3 European countries is asking me to export coal. So what should I do? So my minister then said, well, it looks like we are facing a paradox today. So I think this is also one of the issues that Indonesia is facing. What should we do? Should we advance, or should we go slowly, or should we stop? Our commitments are clear. By 2060, we want to achieve net zero. And our plans are clear. Starting from 2030, we want to phase out coal, first stage, and then 2035, and then supercritical starting for 2040, and then upwards. Well, commitment is there, and even we've already made it clear that with our own contribution, we can reduce our emissions by 29% by 2030. And with the support of international partners, we can go it up to 41%. But the question is then, when? Well, to respond to the question, when Indonesia will phase out coal, my response is, I could have been done it yesterday. Why? I have so many resources. You name it. I have geothermal, I have hydropower, I have solar, I have tidal. Tomorrow, if someone wants to invest and want to replace the investment made by the IPP investors, tomorrow we can change it. Who is going to replace the capital of those investors who already invested for 20 years as IPP in coal power plants? Of course, then we face another issue. Is really there the issue of coal power plants, or it is the issue of extraction of coal? If the issue is the extraction of coal, then the issue is the environment. If the issue is coal power plant, then the issue is emissions. So which one are we at? Are we chasing? Well, if the issue is coal extraction, then of course the issue is the economy. The issue will be a war between countries. Maybe those who doesn't have that resources feel that, well, I have the leisure to enjoy these resources. It is cheap. But again, ladies and gentlemen, we as a country, as a state, we also want to stick to our commitments. We were party to Paris Declaration. We already ratified it. We want to commit to it. And we have made our plans clear. So tomorrow, if anyone wants to invest with me, well, I think Pak Dadang or many people already told, or all of you maybe already read about the potentials that we have. Well, for ocean or tidal, we have 17 gigawatts. It is gigawatts, not megawatts. Geothermal, 23 gigawatts, and not megawatts. Bioenergy, 62 gigawatts. Wind, 60 gigawatts. Hydro, 75. Solar, 207 gigawatts. So the potential is there. And then, at the reality, how many of that potential has been used? Well, tidal is zero. Is there any company? Is there any financial institutions who wants to finance some company who want to invest in tidal? I have so many. Indonesia is an archipelagic state. We have so many straits, and in every strait we have the currents. Indonesia has 17,000 islands. For continental countries who only have one country, one island, well, maybe we're thinking about centralized transmission, centralized grid. But for Indonesia, it is not that simple. We may talk about big countries, big islands, but not small islands. Today, I still have around 200 villages unelectrified. 2 years ago, it was 423 something. And then last year, this year, we invested in some. But today, I think we still have about 200 villages unelectrified. And Indonesia is already independent for 77 years. Meaning, if anyone who wants to come along with us to electrify those 200 villages, come with me. And tomorrow we will visit those islands, those villages. This morning, my staff just met with one subnational called Tamrau. Even in this subnational, or this district, it is a level below the governor. The only office that gets electrified is only the office of the head of the district or the mayor, not others. And what he needs is only 2 megawatts, 3 megawatts, 5 megawatts. And his households, his people is living like 1 kilometer away between one another. So meaning if you're talking about a centralized distribution or transmission, it would not be possible. Maybe only distributed transmissions. So ladies and gentlemen, to make it short, we, Indonesia, is ready to phase out our coal at any time. At any time. Our plans are clear. We can even start tomorrow. If there is any company who wants to bring a technology to replace those IPPs, investors, who already signed an investment for like 30 years, welcome. Tomorrow we talk to them, we replace them with whatever technology, whatever sources you want. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Basiru. The discussion is becoming very interesting. At this point, we are at the end of our first round. We have around 45 minutes, maybe a bit exceeded a little bit. But at this point, I want to turn to the audience. I think we have heard very interesting perspectives from different stakeholders. And I wonder if there are anyone in the audience who would like to present either their own perspective very briefly, or want to ask any question to any of our panelists. And I see a hand. David, please, David, can you please?
Thank you. I even received the microphone. Thank you very much. Yes, hi, my name is David. I'm working with ARE. Thank you, first of all, for all your insights. Actually, I learned a lot here today. But also something that sounds familiar from other continents. It's that gap or that seeming discrepancy between there's no projects or there's no money or something in between. I'm very inspired by the Mentari example. And yeah, coming in as a bit of a newcomer in the Indonesian market, for example, you mentioned with the GCF, you can have a special accreditation if you have a very large project. Can we also think of additional approaches to the Mentari one, to think of, say, more of a fund of funds sort of approach, or a strategy to bundle these smaller projects? Because we always hear about bundling, but it seems to not be happening since 5 or 10 years. So what else can we do to go to that middle ground, and specifically in the context of Indonesia, where I think there is quite a bit to do if you're considering the ambition for the village electrification. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone wishes to reflect on that point in the panel? Right. Yes. Jerry.
So many thanks. It's possible to bundle. There's a lot of potential. I think there's a lot of issues that can be discussed. I think the point is that we would be more than open to discuss with you, and we would like to hear what the projects are. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions?
Just to add to that, we also want to invest in portfolios of projects and scalable businesses. So, we've invested, for instance, in rooftop solar, but distributed solar in rural areas is another potentially very interesting area. I think there are some unique challenges to it, just in terms of the ability to bundle something that is very location specific, and there are certain approvals that are required from local governments, but I think that's a solvable issue. Similarly to Jerry's comment, be certainly interested in speaking with anybody that has those sort of opportunities.
Yes, Jerry?
If you would allow, I just wanted to respond to the Deputy's last point about energy access. In GCF, we consider energy access as more adaptation rather than mitigation. So therefore, we don't measure them in the same metric as a mitigation project. So cost efficiency metrics don't apply. So therefore, it could be higher cost. We could be looking at different things because we consider it more as energy security, more adaptation. So therefore, we would be more than open to consider projects increasing access to energy. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions before? Yes, please. Please introduce yourself also.
Yeah, myself, Raghunath, one of the leading biomethane and bioenergy developers and technology for Asia and Indonesia also. And my question to Mr. Jerry and Mr. John of Climate Fund and Climate Change. I didn't hear that so far you have done any funding for bioenergy projects in this region. And I see that there has been lacking. But the impact of bioenergy, as Pak Dadan mentioned, is huge in Indonesia. It can make Indonesia as a carbon net zero, and also can contribute neighboring countries to achieve that net zero. So I would like to hear from you, what is your aggressive plans for funding biomethane? Because Indonesia has a huge potential, and South Asia itself is a huge potential bioenergy and biomethane projects. Thank you.
We've had several projects on bioenergy, biomethane. I think the main challenge we face is that in this present context with the war in Ukraine, it competes with food security. So is that a choice we want to make?
It's waste to energy, basically. Indonesia has, a lot of agricultural waste. Waste from sugar, waste from palm, food waste, municipal waste. Basically only that sector, not from food to energy.
Okay, so the second question is the cost intensity, the intensity cost, because often if you compare biofuels compared to other renewables, you will find that others are more efficient. So I think there are issues, but we've had projects like that. If the risks can be overcome, we are more than happy to work on them. We have ongoing projects being developed in India at the moment on agriculture, biomethane. We've even converted our first really zero-emission e-transport is a biomethane bus in Pakistan, where in fact it's not just electricity, it runs on biomethane, and it's truly zero emission. So we have those projects. Thank you.
We have similar projects in Indonesia coming up. We'll discuss it later. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just to add about biomethane project, because we are the country having something around 800 palm oil producer. I mean, to convert the palm oil for the CPO and others. So from these 800 facilities, we can, I think, easily to convert it into the biomethane. Initially, we tried to do this to electricity, But then the issue of excess supply, isn't it? So now we are trying to see to put this biomethane into our gas pipe, to the gas pipe. So I think this is a project, I mean, by size, if you are talking one, this is small, but we can talk 100, something like that. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, Ambassador.
It is, of course, a challenge that there is excess supply, because if you look at the long-term planning, you will have excess demand. And because of the excess supply situation right now, you're actually crowding out the possibilities of investment into the long-term energy generation from renewable sources, that is the energy source of the future. And in a way, you're somehow creating a disincentive right now for investments that would actually put you ahead of the curve in the long term for the renewables. And I think that is a dilemma that somehow we have to face. And I fully take the investment opportunities that you're pointing to in terms of the gigawatt list. But I think, at least when I listen to investors or developers from my own country who are interested in Indonesia, what they're saying is that there's not a level playing field in terms of the cost and in terms of the demand for local content. We fully understand the demand for local content in the long term, but if you want to develop an industry, you also have to have an input into that industry. So I guess there's also a planning issue here in terms of how you over the long term build up that industry, that capacity, and that would put Indonesia in front of your competitors when it comes to developing the capacity to actually build renewable energy at scale in your own market and other markets in Asia. And I mean, that's a policy decision that you have to take in the Indonesian government. But I think foreign investors would stand ready to support you and come here if there was a level playing field in terms of cost. And then I think the long-term investments that you're pointing to in terms of excess coal right now, you probably would be in a situation where investing into renewable generation capacity and selling off the coal would still come at a benefit and a profit for both the developers and the Indonesian government. Thanks.
Thank you. I don't know, Dr. Dadan, you want to come in?
Well, I take the point, or I mean the input. But this is not my first time to hear that one. Of course, this is very much important that we are in the situation of the excess supply, but we cannot stop to make the planning. And thank you for the support. I mean, coming from Danish government in preparing the roadmap and everything here on this. But in short time, we would like to see also the market moving. We don't have to stop. I think the issue of excess supply will be finished by the year of 2027, which is still 5 years to go. So we have to answer the target for renewable energy by 2025. So I try to explore all the possibilities to increase the renewable energy implementation, not only for the grid, for the electricity to PLN. We put, for example, solar rooftop program. This is with target of 3.6, but this is also a challenging issue. We try also now is to put the power wheeling. So we put this into our law on renewable energy. This is in the discussion within the government, and very soon to be discussed with Parliament on this. So we explore any possibilities in order to renewable energy, not only for electricity but also for fuel, to go as fast as possible, of course, as many as possible on this, and also in terms of the economic competitiveness. But thank you for the input.
Thank you very much. In fact, our session is turning into a different format. So it's a kind of an exchange within the panel, but also in interaction with the audience. I think I like the new format. But there is one question in the corner right there.
Thank you. Let me introduce myself. My name is Tim Anderson. I'm the President Director of Sun Cable Indonesia, part of the Sun Cable Group. Sun Cable is an Australian company which is developing one of the world's largest solar farms and one of the longest under subsea cable transmission lines into Asia. So three things. First, I'd like to acknowledge, as a position of a developer, the tremendous support that we've received both from the Kemenko Maves and from the ESDM in terms of support for quite a transformational project. So thank you, Papa. And secondly, I just acknowledge as well the support under the leadership of Pak Dadan. Sun Cable is working on a joint study to look at the possibility of interconnected grid inter-island grid opportunities in East Indonesia. And so we're hoping in the next couple of months to complete that joint study with the SDM team and be able to share some findings to the greater community around what are the possibilities of paradigm shifts in thinking about where does supply and where does demand have to be located. And so lastly, the throw out to the community here is happy to talk to anyone who's interested to find out more about some of the work that we're doing. We're wanting to engage with the whole supply chain, we're wanting to engage with investors, and we're also wanting to engage with lenders. And we're working on a number of projects in Indonesia as well in terms of looking at gigascale renewables. So a few thanks again, and also if there's someone who wants to talk more about it, please grab me after this.
Thank you very much. Dr. Dadan, just a quick question, because you were talking about, I think the panel was talking about this surplus that the PLN has in the system. But there are two dimensions of it. One dimension is, okay, the power system cannot take more, but how about creating new demand, which comes from not necessarily from the power generation, but from end-use electrification. And I know that government is taking making some efforts towards that, and perhaps both on e-mobility and on the electrification of some of the industrial processes, and some of the efforts you make. I think if you can just tell us about that. And one more point, obviously, PLN issue in some of the big islands, but on the other hand, this shouldn't stop renewable energy deployment in small scale in the electrification of or hybridization of existing networks, small networks, mini grids, or otherwise. Can you just tell us about the strategy around that and how to deploy renewables and create new demand for the renewables through that?
Thank you. But I don't want to take this as our main problem is on the excess supply. I don't want to bring to that narrative issues, because this is the different world in terms of renewable energy. In the beginning, I said that this additional 20.9 gigawatt within 10 years, this is basically designed based on the excess supply. So all going already into the exercise, into the simulation, and got the number of 20.9 gigawatt on that one. Of course, for the issue of excess supply, well, arithmetically, that will be very easy for two things. The first, for the supply, we cut the supply. But Basilo mentioned about the early retirement on this, so we reduce that number. The second is just to create the demand. So this is the one that actually there were already a serial of the discussion in the presidential level already, in the cabinet meeting already, that we will put a new program, so-called this is the electricity stove. We are currently importing around 7 million ton of LPG, and you know all that the prices is skyrocketing currently on this. So we will convert those LPG into electricity. So this year we are targeting to have 300,000 households. It is already here in Bali for the pilot project for the first 1,000 of the household. Already, I think already 2 months we are currently monitoring this implementation, and it will be at the end of the year for additional 300,000. Next year will be 5 million additional for this project, So we will add within 3 years, this is the target coming from the our ministry to add 15 million of the electric stove on this. So we will distribute 2 stoves. The first size is 1,000 watt, and the other one is 1.8 kilowatt. So in total 2.8. This is basically we follow the current regulation for LPG. LPG is subsidized by government. Then this is something like transferring the subsidy from LPG to electricity. We will subsidize the electricity because those electricity stove will be distributed to the recipient of the currently for LPG. So by this, I think we will increase the demand, and of course will reduce the excess supply, because excess supply, as most of you probably know, this is take or pay contract. So the PLN or the government pay 3.6 trillion rupiah for 1 gigawatt. This is for take or pay, which is huge money for us. So we try to do that, and also for others, in particular for e-mobility as mentioned, but I think so far the number is not quite promising. I mean, for increasing additionally is around 3,000, or in total 25,000 of electric cars and two-wheel motorcycle. So the number is still less, yeah, for the mobility, but we touched to the issue of the LPG substitution. For the small implementation, we will use the current diesel power generator. The first one will be around the size of 230 megawatt. This will be converted directly into renewable one. We have divided into 8 clusters, 8 projects in particular. We have done already, I mean, this is on the process of the procurement for 2 clusters of the area. The other 6 will follow once the PLN finish with the first 2, which is now is not finished yet. It's already 3 or 4 months since the beginning, which is for me, this is already too long. We are in the discussion with PLN how to accelerate this kind of the process, yeah. Because the first 2 is still very much challenging also for the developer to bid the project, yeah. So the size is in particular ranging from the size of 10 to 20 something megawatt, but this is not in one location, yeah. This is banding project, the banding project. So for this, I think the government put more priority in addition to the emission reduction, but also in terms of the cost, because it is too expensive for us to provide the electricity basically based on the diesel fuel.
Thank you very much. Let me turn to the Ambassador Thomas, because Denmark has been present in the region and in the country for some time, and I think you know the region, and you might be in a position to make at least a preliminary assessment of the impact of your work in the region. And based on that, and based on the lessons you learned, how did you think that in the next phase of support to the region and the country, where you should focus on?
It's clear that there is a huge work ongoing in Indonesia, and we've heard it from the government participants here in thinking about the energy future of the country. And I think the long-term planning exercises that we are engaged in do make a lot of sense, and of course we need to dig deeper and think about the composition of the energy mix, both in the short term and the long term, and what is affordable and viable, so to speak. I think those planning tools, and I also welcome the OECD engagement, because in a way what the OECD does as a think tank for its members is really to help us get the toolbox in place for doing the long-term macroeconomic fiscal planning, so that we can see how all the components play together, the incentives, the the fiscal base, the income for the government. This is very complex long-term planning of the most critical source for governments today. Energy security is security also, as we've heard. And I think that there's an increased focus on this in the region amongst the governments to get that long-term planning right. And we can see as the energy transition picks up speed in other parts of the world, it's also clear that there's a realization in Asia and in Indonesia in particular that things will be moving over the next 20 to 30 years. And I think you said it very clearly also with the commitment to the Paris Agreement. I mean, everybody is focusing on, it's more a question of how and what's your specific national circumstances. No one is denying that that is the long-term trajectory we have to get on. Francesco said it very clearly this morning. It's more a question of the speed. How fast can we go so that it also still makes sense? I can see that the investors and the developers from my part of the world are zooming in on the opportunities in Indonesia, but also in other countries in the region, and that the more we can have those in-depth discussions, in a way, even having them also serves as a risk mitigant, because it makes clear to the investors and the developers in other parts of the world that the governments are serious, that they are examining the whole toolbox of regulatory questions, and that by having authorities that know how to operate such a system, as an investor, you can also be sure that your investment is long-term viable. And I think, I mean, by even having this kind of conversation here, we are adding to securitizing the environment, so to speak. I know that's a long answer without being very specific, but actually I think that is partly what securing a stable and safe investment environment is about.
Thank you very much, Thomas. Cecilia, how fast we can go? You're especially in terms of policy and regulatory toolbox that Ambassador Thomas mentioned, and it's a space that you've been working on. So how do you see things are moving and the progress made today, and how fast we can go?
I think it's really a question of how fast does the government want to go, because I think in the region, if we talk about ASEAN, with very strong policy signals, strong targets and commitments, if we just look at Vietnam, they moved incredibly fast in a very short period of time. And I think it's really to provide that right environment for investors to react. The Vietnam context was quite interesting because a lot of that was driven not by OECD country investors, but by domestic conglomerates as well as ASEAN investors. And I think this is where strong incentives, strong policy signals, the right investment environment can really drive change in a very, very quick way. I also think that we need to have more engagement with the private sector, with the developers, working with international partners to address these issues of standardization, replication. All of those aspects will allow us to drive much, much quicker. Because, as people have already mentioned, there are a lot of investors sort of waiting in the wings, wanting to invest and wanting to support transitions in emerging economies, including in Indonesia, because they see the enormous potential, I think, that lies here. And we're very optimistic, obviously, at the OECD in terms of supporting broader transitions. I would probably say that the private sector investors are moving much quicker than some governments. But there's reason to be optimistic that a lot of that can change with stronger commitments. You have the JETP announcements. And I think all of these things will support a quicker transition as we better understand the individual local context of how do we make this transition address inclusive transition. And bringing in different stakeholders in dialogue such as these, I think will really help to move the dial on some of that.
Thank you very much. John, you're working, especially your work is very much in the de-risking, and of investments, and how do you see the trends in terms of developing de-risking instruments in the region, specifically for ASEAN? And also, I mean, how do you position your company's work within that space, and whether these are kind of really making a footprint in the region in terms of scale, in terms of scaling of investments?
Sure. I think there's a increasing recognition of the need for de-risking capital to sort of sit between some of the TA facilities that are available and other sources of philanthropic funds and conventional sorts of, sources of capital. That's where we aim to sit because a number of investors are, at the end of the day, still unwilling or unable, in certain cases, depending on the constraints based on their own sources of funding, to take that early stage risk. So I think what we've landed on is an approach where we're able to structure our investments in a way that both helps us to manage risk, but also put our investees on the pathway toward being investable by conventional sources of capital. So as an example, we typically invest in tranches, but we use our due diligence process to really identify gaps and view them not as reasons to say no, but rather as points of departure for conversations about putting in place milestones where our capital can be used in part to bring investees along. I mean, this could be, you could have very strong local developers, but perhaps the financial acumen isn't quite there, or there's a lack of experience with fundraising. We can help, bring them along with that. Also, strengthening ESG safeguards within our investees. We could view these as risks if we're just approaching a new investment and we identify gaps. We just say, no, we can't do it. Or we can view it as an opportunity to use our capital, take that risk, if we've identified an investee that's willing to go on that journey with us and get to a point where, and again, as I mentioned earlier, we've seen this be successful with several of our investees from which we've already exited or have gone on to raise significant amounts of follow-on capital. Look, as a broader comment though, we're just one fund, right? I think there's a lot of capital sitting in the developed world that was supposed to have been already invested and hasn't been, I think, if we're being frank. So my hope is that there could be more de-risking facilities and that there can be more support for early stage businesses and projects in Indonesia and in other parts of the region. These are solvable problems. I think as long as everybody is willing to take a sort of constructive approach, So.
Thank you very much. Jerry, you mentioned about one of the main objectives of GCF to leverage private sector. Can you please tell us how you do it and what's the kind of strategy on the GCF side to leveraging private sector, in which ways? And perhaps if you can also a little bit elaborate on this project-specific accreditation and how different it is from standard accreditation and how less complicated it would be.
Many thanks. So I'll start with the project-specific accreditation. We usually accredit institutions, and we assess the institution based on their capacity, fiduciary, and safeguards, and so on. So whether or not they can handle a project up to 50 million, 250 million, or above 250 million. Our smallest project is $10 million, and then it goes to 50, and then 250, and then above 250. Then we assess what kind of instrument they can deploy. Is it grants only? On granting, can they deploy loans? Can they deploy guarantees or equity? And then we also assess the type of risk of the projects that they can handle. Category A, Category B, Category C. Highest risk category, of course, is A. So depending on that, it takes a fairly long process. Some are actually, easier to get accredited, but maybe for private sector, it's kind of difficult to hurdle, as a hurdle. So this project-specific accreditation, you submit a project, and within the review of the project, you are assessed on your capability to deliver that project. So that's it. And after that, the accreditation is finished. So that's it for that project. Now, this is ideal for developers that may actually bring to us one project every 5 years, because the accreditation to GCF lasts for 5 years. And if you don't send us more than one project every 5 years, there's probably no need for the full-time accreditations. Maybe a project-specific accreditation is useful. Now, on how do we leverage private sector? As I've noted, our goal is to leverage our public sector investments to de-risk the private sector. We also de-risk directly private sector investment. So we've had funds wherein there is an equity fund, this global fund on coral reefs, where Indonesia is part of. There's a $500 million equity fund, and GCF put in first loss equity of $125 million. So by putting a first loss equity investment, it crowds in other investors, because the possibility of loss is lowered. So that's what we do. In addition to that, we also provide grantee aid, usually about 5 to 8%, even to private sector, for capacity building, looking at their processes and so on. So there's a lot of potential for doing that, including greening the institutions. So we work a lot on greening financial institutions. We help develop green banks, and so on and so forth. So there's a lot of potential there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me turn to Ivan. Where do you see the main gaps in de-risking renewables from Mentari point of view?
Well, most of the investor or financial institution look the RE project, especially for small to medium size, is about the risk, right? So either the project is too small, or maybe the financing scheme is not that place, because the conventional financial institution look at that not as a project financing types. In Indonesia, project finance is not that common compared to other countries. So as I mentioned earlier, they look at the risk itself. So when we started the Mentari, we found that for small to medium size, some of the project might have economic viable, but financially it's not bankable because of either project size is too small or the IRR is quite low. So we see that that's a potential for us. And then by early this year, the UK government, through the FCDO, the Foreign Commonwealth Development Offices, has approved us to provide a grant directly. So the objective of the grant is to reduce the capex directly. Unlike the TA that initially the bureaucrat has extended, is for studies, so the developer will not get benefit by receiving cash. But in this particular, what we call it, investment grant, that can be directly used by the developer to use either for reduce the capex. So by giving that an interest-free grant, the IRR also automatically will be improved. And then from the banking point of view, they said, well, because of its a grant composition of the financing scheme, the risk is lower. Means that also the debt service ratio can be more than 1 point something. Before, like for example, I have a small project that the IRR is quite low, it's 5%. The project size is only $500 to $600,000, but improving or giving the grant can be up to 9 to 10% IRR, and the DSCR exceeding 1.2. So those kind of grant is not big enough for the big projects, because we are not aiming for the big projects in Java, for instance, because all the financing institution or the banks are queuing up for financing, right? But for rural areas in the eastern Indonesia, for instance, when they need the electrification, but nobody will touch because of that reason. It's in the rural area, the IRR is quite small, and the bank will not see at the potential because the risk again. So by giving that, we have a criteria to put that the size is not much. It can be up to 20 or 30% of the capex for the grant itself. But for a project that below 1 million or 1.5 million, it's good enough to improve the IRR, to increase IRR. But also, our grant has to be accompanied by the loan. Means that the lender will see, okay, if there's a grant with interest free, and then from the banking point of view, I say, oh, that now is bankable or financeable. So those kind of activities that the brokerage and the Mentari will try to, maybe introduce that to several projects, particularly in the small and medium size in the rural area or in somewhere else in Indonesia. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, we are coming to the end of our session, but I have two more remarks to ask. One from Mr. Basilo. In fact, previously, Mr. Dadan had to leave to attend a bilateral with the minister. But before that, he mentioned about this electrification of end-use sectors. And one of the important areas is the e-mobility. And I understand that the government sees an opportunity in there, especially Indonesia being one of the biggest nickel producers, especially in the production of, which is a critical mineral in the production of batteries. And around that, how some local value can be created around that. And some supply chains can be developed around that, and Indonesia may become an important player, potentially, in the EV market, locally and then internationally, perhaps. Can you tell us about the strategy and your thinking around Indonesia's potential role in e-mobility sector?
Thank you. It's becoming tougher. Well, Indonesia still has a lot to prove in order to be a prominent producer of high technology and intensively manufactured products, namely electric vehicles, for one example. Though we have all the raw materials in our country, in our own backyard, while having advantage of competitive labor cost, failing to choose appropriate technology and efficient manufacturing practices will result in a setback. Well, today, Indonesia is benefiting from this EV transition. And now we have at least two battery giants, such as Chinese CATL and Korean LG Energy Solutions, to form consortium in building end-to-end lithium battery supply chain with two Indonesian counterparts, namely PT Antam, state-owned enterprises, and Indonesia Battery Corporation. And other parties that have also shown interest so far include Tesla, Ford, Volkswagen, and BASF. So Indonesia is seriously trying to take a full advantage of its abundant nickel deposit in this case. And only within 2 or 3 years, Indonesia is now able to export EV cars. I happened to be one of the negotiators with Hyundai at that time, 2 or 3 years ago. It took one of our ministries to negotiate for 2 years. And when they came to us, it took only 3 months for me to negotiate. And then Hyundai can invest in the EV production in Indonesia. And our requirements for them at the time is that we don't want to make Indonesia as a market So our requirement is that we want you to export this product. So 50% of the product of Hyundai is for export. So that is our negotiation that we make with them. And at that time, the message from President is that I want balance. President says, I want balance. I don't want only one brand dictating us. I want balance. So although we have some brands that have already been here in Indonesia for 30, 40 years, and of course they also put some pressure on us, as if, if you accept this brand, then we will go away. But the brand says, no, I want balance. If they want to go, just go. And finally, what's happened today is that the investment is here. And now, even for battery, investment is coming. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think Indonesia is moving. Indonesia is moving from exporting raw materials and now exporting the products. And now we are exporting even steel. And our balance with China now is only minus $2 billion US. Before it was, we have a huge gap. And our export of steel today went up to 19 times compared to before. And then our income is going up. So this is showing that, well, what the government is doing is correct. Although some countries are not happy. Countries who have been, importing nickel or other raw materials are not happy of this position. But well, as a country, of course, every country make their own choices, make their own decisions to benefit their own citizens. And that is what Indonesia is doing. And of course, since EV investment, battery investments, it's still at the childhood stages. For example, now productions are coming, but we need investments in charging stations. It happens like last year, Hyundai wanted to test the cars from Jakarta to Bali, supposed to take only 3 days. It took them 16 days. Okay. Shows that, well, some facilities are not there. So we need investments in the charging stations. We need more investments in battery. I don't mention one company, but it's a huge company. I attended their launch, I think 2 weeks ago. Their capability is only producing batteries of 2 megawatts. And I asked, how many hours will it last? And they said, well, 2 or 3 hours. Okay. So today we are still in that stage. We need more. We need more. We need more investment. We need more, research on the battery side. Ambassador was talking about battery storage. Indonesia as an island state, archipelagic state, in some remote areas, we need battery storages. For example, in the 400 villages that I mentioned, what PLN, or our national power production company, as the sole buyer, what they are doing today is that they are doing a battery swap. So in the remote villages, we provide a center with solar power, with battery there, and then the community come in the morning to put their battery there, recharged, and then in the evening they take back home for electricity.
Thank you.
Well, I think that's what we're doing.
Thank you, Basilio. All right, before we close, Ambassador asked for the floor some remarks, final he wanted to make. Please, Ambassador.
Well, I just wanted to come back on this question of the energy landscape in Europe, because I think that is an important point, and that we should just recognize that while it's clear that the energy transition in no country and no region is straight, there will be many curves on the way. What you're seeing in Europe right now in terms of short-term investments into new coal facility or more gas will be blips on the way in what will be an accelerated energy transition. The political will amongst European governments to accelerate the transition into green energy, clean energy is extremely strong. And I mentioned the examples of the combined ambition on offshore wind in the North Sea and the Baltic Sea. And that goes into the Repower Europe plan that is the sort of add-on to the European Green Deal. So while it might look on an anecdotal base as if Europe is deviating from its path, actually what's happening is that the long term is being accelerated, and that the pathways are being shortened in terms of how fast we're getting there. And that also means that European companies that come to Asia, who, for example, source production locally, will increasingly be asking the host governments for renewable energy in terms of supply. We can see that in Vietnam, where I know that the Danish companies that are setting up shop in Vietnam are now making that a condition for their production, and I would imagine that the same would be the case in Indonesia. And similarly, the transport industry, in the Danish case, the shipping industry that is now moving into fast decarbonization of shipping, similar to electric mobility of cars, they are also requesting that the hydrogen they will need to fuel their ships is produced by green energy. So in order for Indonesia to attract investments from Danish shipping companies, you would need to be able to secure them the energy supply from renewable energy sources. And I think that I just wanted to add that dimension, that the demand for clean energy in Indonesia is not only domestic, but actually also one that comes from investors who are coming here with that request. And I think, I mean, you clearly know this, that will also accelerate in a way the transition here. And clearly the electric mobility, the electric vehicle story is a good one, and will get even better when the source of energy in Indonesia is clean energy, because, I mean, as long as it's not as long as they are coal powered, it will still not be fully living up to the potential that electric mobility has. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. And I would like to thank to all panelists. We have already exhausted our time, but I'm hoping that you have enjoyed the discussion. I think it has been very lively and very insightful discussion. So I would like to personally thank each and every one of you today present in the panel. And I would like to invite for a big applause, please. So thank you very much. This is the end of our session. I would like to invite Diane. I think she has some announcements to make.
Yes, thank you so much. Let's give another round of applause to our moderator, Mr. Gonul. Thank you so much, Gurbus Gonul, our moderator for the last sessions of today's forum. So ladies and gentlemen, all panelists, I would like to invite you to have a photo session as well as with the moderator on the last session today to commemorate our togetherness on this fruitful session, the last panel session that we have during the investment forum on energy transitions. So please, once again, all panelists as well as the moderator of our third session, which also become the last sessions on the G20 investment forum on energy transitions. Well, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, while we are having the photo sessions here on the stage, we would like to announce and also remind you that tomorrow we're going to have the high-level discussions with all of the ministers, and it will be started by 9 a.m. local time or Bali time. So please just make sure that you join us virtually or in person here in Nusa Dua, Bali, once again at 9 a.m. at the same room here in Nusa Dua, Bali. So tomorrow morning, once again, we're going to have the high-level discussions with the ministers and also still from IRENA. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, bringing together the government, industry, project developers, financiers, all stakeholders today. I think we are all in the same page that the energy transitions, renewable energy projects all needs support from the financial stability, policy support, and also a collaborative frameworks from all stakeholders. So let us accelerate the development of the energy transitions, and of course, all of the projects of the renewable energy should be bankable in order to achieve a zero net emissions in all over the world, and also, of course, accelerating the energy transitions. Once again, thank you so much to all of the speakers, our moderators today, all of the keynote speakers, and of course to each of you, the participants of our forum. I'm Diana Riswari signing off. Have a great day and see you again tomorrow. Thank you. Have a great day once again. Om Santi 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 Om. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon.
Recording stopped. you.